Our broadcast will begin in 15 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 15-minute time check, station. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 10 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 10-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 5 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 5-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 2 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 2-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 1 minute from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 1-minute time check, stations.
on the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield. This is Hawkeye Baseball. Iowa Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Bud Light, proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle. Iowa Corn. You might think Iowa just grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. Also brought to you by Oak Knoll Retirement Community and by University of Iowa Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Hawkeye Baseball is on the air.
It's time for Iowa Hawkeye Baseball, live from Medler Field at Lebrano Park in State College. It's the 2026 Big Ten opener between the Penn State Nittany Lions and the Iowa Hawkeyes. Good afternoon and welcome to the broadcast booth in State College. I'm the voice of Iowa baseball, John Leo. Cold weather baseball. We're used to it by now. Feels like 35 degrees today as the 11-5 Hawkeyes hit the road to open things up against 4-11 Penn State. These teams met for the first time, are meeting for the first time since 2023 when Iowa and their regional team came out here and split 2 games with the Nittany Lions. New leadership for Penn State since we were out here last. Head coach Mike Gambino, in his 3rd season, has revitalized the program and has done quite well in his first 2 seasons, despite the slow start in 2026. Jaron Bleeker takes the mound for his 2nd consecutive Friday start, and Iowa gets to see the return of center fielder Miles Risley. Big Ten play is here. It's the Nittany Lions and the Hawkeyes. Penn State and Iowa, live from Medler Field at Lebrano Park, in the shadow of Beavers Stadium, the football home of the Penn State Nittany Lions here in State College. First pitch coming up in just about 30 minutes as Iowa and Penn State ready to open the series. This is the opener for both Penn State and Iowa in Big Ten play. Conference play started for most of the teams last weekend. We'll get you scoreboard updates throughout the day today as we preview some action around the league. Iowa at 11-5, Penn State 4-11. The Hawkeyes come in winners of 4 of their last 5, and that was a 5-game homestand that Iowa took 4 of 5 from Lindenwood, and then St. Thomas most recently, a 7-2 win over St. Thomas in the midweek. Got really good midweek pitching. Cole Moore got the start. He would get the win. And 8-9 arms went out there for Iowa in the midweek and did a real nice job as the Hawkeyes beat St. Thomas 7-3. 13 hits for Iowa in the midweek against the Tommies. No errors. Did leave 9 on. St. Thomas with just 2 runs, 2 hits for the Tommies. They had 2 errors and 5 left on. Multi-hit performances in the midweek from Gable Mitchell, who went 3 for 5 with 3 runs scored. He leads the Big Ten in batting average now as we get into conference play. He had 2 runs batted in as well. Jalen Ziegler, 2 for 2 against the Tommies. Bryce Phelps off the bench. He was 2 for 2 with a run batted in and a run scored. Joey Narrett had a couple of hits, as did Ben Swales, as Iowa beat St. Thomas 7-2. This is the start of a pretty lengthy road trip for Iowa. We'll play 3 here at Penn State and then a midweek game at Illinois, Chicago. We'll have to see about that one. The weather does not look good in Chicago, so we'll see if things get changed around, if we stay true and play that game on Tuesday in Chicago. But we are going from here, State College, straight to Chicago to play that game against UIC. And then the plan is to go from there straight to Michigan State, where Iowa spends its next conference weekend on the road in East Lansing to take on the Spartans. And then before coming and playing at Banks, Iowa will play a midweek the following week at Illinois State to wrap up quite a lengthy road trip of 8 straight road games for Iowa coming up. So another cold weather game here today in State College. Temps in the mid to upper 30s. The real feel is not great. The wind is whipping over to left field today, and so it is certainly very cold. I think we're going to stay above the number and be able to get this game started on time. That number feels like 27 or above, and so it looks like we'll be good to go in that regard. But Iowa has played several very cold weather games this season. Penn State, don't know that we could say the same about Penn State. They started the season out in Arizona with us, and then down in the Bahamas, spent a weekend at Texas Tech, and most recently in Washington, D.C. This is the second home game for Penn State this season. Iowa has played several at home, and the Hawkeyes are back on the road as we get ready to take on Penn State this weekend, and we'll start things this afternoon. All right, I talked with Adam Sheets, the play-by-play voice of Penn State baseball this weekend. We'll hear from him after this break on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
At MidAmerican Energy, our 1.6 million customers depend on our energy 24/7. That's why we work 24/7 to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need. To keep our 99.9% reliability record, we're enhancing our technology, improving resiliency, and investing in critical infrastructure. We're generating power from all available resources to cover any increases in demand. And we're innovating to ensure you always have the energy you need. MidAmerican Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
If you love great Hawkeye stories, don't miss the Fight for Iowa podcast with Gary Dolphin. Each week, Dolph brings you in-depth conversations with the athletes, coaches, and community members who define the Hawkeye spirit. From big moments to personal journeys, it's the stories that make Iowa special. Catch new episodes every week. Search Fight for Iowa wherever you get your podcasts.
You asked for all the extreme internet performance at an all-in price, and we listened. Get 1 gig internet with a 2-year price lock and everything included. Unlimited data for non-stop streaming, powerful Wi-Fi for enhanced coverage, built-in online threat protection, and internet equipment. All for just $65 a month for 2 years. It's the extreme 1 gig internet deal you asked for. Call 844-4FASTER or visit extreme.com for details. Offer available to new customers only. Price doesn't include one-time charges, tax, and government fees.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball, the Big Ten opener this weekend at Penn State. We're joined by the voice of Penn State baseball this weekend, Adam Sheets. Adam, thanks for coming on our Hawkeye Radio Network pregame show.
Yep, thanks for having me. I hope you guys have enjoyed State College. You got full State College weather this weekend for you. It's cold, it's windy, perfect example of March weather at State College.
We are absolutely used to it. We've played some brutally cold games already. We've played quite a few home games. I see you've only played one home game this year. We've played, I think, 6 or 7, and they've all been pretty cold in Iowa City. So we're used to this. So we really appreciate the welcome. Pretty good setup we have downtown State College. The travel's a little tricky for us to get here. We got to fly into Pittsburgh and then bus over. A few years ago, last time we were here, we chartered in, which was really nice. Yeah. This year, not so lucky, but the bus trip in yesterday, and now here we are for Big Ten play. First weekend in March, second weekend, I suppose, but a little early, a little cold. Not a shock to either of us, though, the cold weather, northern schools.
Nah, Penn State, Iowa, they're used to the cold weather. This is nothing new, and I'm sure the guys will appreciate it. You got a good week. The students not here, so being able to be right downtown, not too much traffic, not too hectic for your guys, so you got to be the kings of campus for a weekend.
That's right. We're talking with Adam Sheets. He's the play-by-play voice of Penn State baseball this weekend. Adam, just kind of walk us through the start to the season for Penn State. 4-11 doesn't sound right to us in the Iowa dugout.
Yeah, it's been a weird year. Ever since Coach Gambino got here, it's his 3rd year. Surprisingly, first time he's coached against Iowa. We were talking about that. It's been a while since these two teams have played, but it's been pretty good. He's been 27-27 in conference play, but this year off to a slow start. Some new faces. They've been a lot of heavy transfers, but this year, mix of injuries. Mix of they've had a sickness going around a little bit throughout the team, and then of course the travel, we talked about it's been really, really tough for them. They played in Arizona, then they went to Richmond, down in Virginia, then they went all the way to the Bahamas this year to play down there. They got one home game here against St. John's before they go to Texas to play Texas Tech, and then this past weekend in Virginia against Georgetown. So they've been all over the place. I don't know if, the illness might be affected by the one game they decided to play at 36 degrees here at Medler Field at Lebrano Park. Didn't help, but, they've definitely well-traveled. They just haven't been able to find kind of their rhythm yet, and they're trying to kind of figure that out a little bit here this weekend.
It's been an incredibly tough schedule. We were out there at Arizona with you guys. We didn't play you out there, but we were in the same tournament. And then, that Texas Tech series you mentioned, the Red Raiders, really tough place to play in Lubbock with the wind blowing out the way it does. And so really tough start to the schedule. You scheduled hard in the hopes to pick up a few crucial wins.
Yeah, and I think it's like a kind of a flip of last year. Last year, the record was really, really good going into conference play, but they weren't really tested as much last year. This year, they kind of flipped a little bit. They're like, we want to challenge ourselves, maybe position yourself. If you win a lot of those games, then you're in an at-large position for the tournament. So they were trying to kind of figure that out, and, it just hasn't went their way with some of the games not bouncing their way. And, it seems like sometimes, last weekend, especially against Texas Tech, it's a really tough team to play, top 5 offense, in the country, and it really showed. And the starting pitching was definitely a problem. I think the longest outing we got from a starter was an inning and 2/3 last week. So that's not what you want, especially going into a weekend trying to plan all that out with the bullpen.
Talking with Adam Sheets on our pregame show from Medler Field at Lebrano Park in State College. We get set for the Big Ten opener this Friday afternoon in State College. Who are a couple of the stars? We'll start on the offensive side of things for Penn State that we need to watch out for.
Yeah, Michael Anderson, the transfer from Arkansas, has been sensational for them. He's the designated hitter. You'll see him today. He's been hitting the ball really, really well. You look at it, 313. You look at 7 home runs, so he's got a big swing. Obviously in the cold, don't know how the ball's going to travel, but definitely has that power. And Bryce Molinaro has been here for a very long time. The third baseman for the Nittany Lions in his third year. He's been here every year with Mike Gambino, a leader on this team. He can swing it as well as anyone, especially when he makes contact. He's got a lot of home runs this year as well. He's up to, checking here, 4 home runs. So sorry, I got mixed up with my RBIs there. But now 4 home runs. He has that power, and he's shown it here. So, they're 2 guys that they've been good. You see, they've hit a lot of home runs this year. It's just a matter of getting consistent contact has been kind of a problem at time, and kind of getting more depth in their lineup.
Sounds like you got a pretty good young shortstop, Preston Yocker.
Yeah, Yocker, we really, really like him. He's a guy, defensive-wise, he really, really stands out for Penn State. You look at 273 on the batting average, 12 hits. Doesn't have a lot of power, has 2 doubles, 2 triples, but you see what he's been able to do in the 9-hole slot, and especially defensively. Penn State, they've had some good offensive shortstops. Defensively, it's been kind of an issue for them the last couple years. Now they feel like they have a guy who's a freshman, a young guy that can definitely continue to grow and be a really good defensive shortstop for the Nittany Lions.
The pitching side of things may be a little to be desired at this point to the start of the season. What have you seen from the pitching for Penn State?
Yeah, I think, last weekend I said was a little bit outlier. Colin Fitzgerald's been really, really good. The Friday starter you guys will see today. Transferred in from Maine. He's had some really good outings. But, the first game, the numbers didn't look great. Defense didn't help him a lot behind him in that start out in Arizona. But, had 2 good starts against Richmond, Indiana State, and then last weekend got away from him a little bit against Texas Tech. But, definitely trying to get long starts. That's kind of been the problem. They haven't got a lot of length out of their starters, and when they could do that, Ben Hudson had a good start, 1 good start this year, but trying to get that length and then formulate the bullpen behind him. Mason Horwath's a good bullpen arm for the Nittany Lions. He was a starter last year in the weekend, now moved to the bullpen. They have some veterans down there, but kind of making it easier on them. They've had to go to him early expecting long reliefs out of the bullpen. Kind of getting a good start and kind of getting back on schedule is a big thing for Penn State.
Adam, before we let you go, maybe a key or 2 for Penn State in their hopes to win the series over Iowa this weekend?
I think a big key is going to be trying to get guys on the base pass. They're a team that's usually extremely aggressive, trying to steal bases. Ever since Mike Gambino's been here, they haven't been on the base a lot. Only 12 stolen bases. Iowa runs as well as anyone in the country with the way they've been able to do it this year. So trying to get on the base pass, get the offense going, and help pitching staff that struggled a little bit, trying to just get some runs, allow them to pitch maybe with the lead instead of trying to fight from behind and try to be flawless on the mound.
Adam, really appreciate the time. Thanks for coming on.
Yep, thanks for having me, and welcome to State College.
All right. Adam Sheets, the play-by-play voice of Penn State Nittany Lion baseball, this weekend on a pregame show from State College. We'll be back to talk with Coach Heler right after this on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oaknall.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Hawkeye Nation, here's something big. U.S. Cellular is now part of T-Mobile. That means Iowa fans are now on America's largest 5G network, bringing even more strength and coverage to every game day and every day. As the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes, we're proud to power every call, every post, every celebration. U.S. Cellular and T-Mobile, better together.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment, knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to wellmark.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
Go for the big Honda savings at your local Honda dealer. Go for the selection and inventory. Honda cars, trucks, vans, and SUVs are in stock and on sale. Go for the most Car and Driver 10 Best Awards with 98 trophies. And KBB.com's Best Value and Performance brand. Search your local Honda dealer today. Based on 2025 Consumer Choice Awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball. The series opener, the Big Ten opener at Penn State today. We're joined by head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heler. Coach, come into this game today after taking 4 of 5, your 5-game homestand, knocking off St. Thomas in the midweek.
Yeah, we played well against St. Thomas on Tuesday. Blustery day. Pitching staff did a great job, and was really happy that we were able to get that game played because a lot of those guys that threw on Tuesday are in a pretty good place right now, and keeping them in that good place is going to pay dividends as we move into conference play.
As we turn the calendar now to Big Ten play, opening things up for quite a road stretch here at Penn State. We've played the Nittany Lions quite a bit here lately. We haven't played Penn State at home in quite some time. We're getting a little familiar with this park, but as you turn the page to conference play, what did you see from your team through the non-conference portion?
No, I thought we played really well. We're in a good place right now. Played great defense, pitched I thought about as well as we could with all the injuries and situations that we dealt with. Offensively, we're leading the Big Ten in hitting. Without 2 or 3 starters most of the time. I mean, so up to this point, great. And like I said to the guys before we came today, just because it's a Big Ten game, nothing changes. We need to do what we do well, and that's it. That's as simple as that. Today's going to be, not just today, but this weekend's going to be basically survival. And hopefully, you're the team that can survive it. I mean, it's going to be brutal from a wind chill and temperature standpoint, but not any worse probably than that Saturday that we played Lindenwood. But similar to that, where the real feel is going to be barely out of the 20s, and long cold days at the ballpark, and who can persevere. A lot of times is what determines the winner. And as you and I said, it just kind of neutralizes things, unfortunately. And say what you want, the umpires struggle. Everybody's they're cold after a certain point of time. They're going to be cold, and it's just the way it is. You just hope the breaks go your way. And today's a day where the wind's blowing out fairly hard right now to left center field. I think there's a chance it's going to shift a little bit as the game goes on, but it's going to help balls from the left center gap over. And big outfield here at Penn State. So it's like 384, and it's not even to the gap in left center field. So a lot of room out there for our outfielders to cover, and we got Risley going to be back in in center field today, and Joey they're out in left field, and then Stroh and right, and they do a pretty good job of covering some ground, and good to have Risley back, and really sad to see Jalen Ziegler get dinged up with his leg on Tuesday. He was playing so good, and he did it on a perfect month. And God, just come on, baseball gods, give us a break.
Yeah. Hopefully the breaks are coming. Like you've mentioned, though, we managed them okay, but just to have those individuals get healed up. You mentioned Risley back. He seems like a pretty quiet guy, but still a big leader for your team.
Yeah, I mean, he's just one of our best players, and we haven't had him in a while, and like I said, Jay-Z really stepped up and filled that void for us. And if Jay-Z was healthy, I don't think we would have brought Risley quite back yet. But not a lot of options right now with how big this outfield plays. And coming off of a bad broken finger, he's only been hitting for maybe 3 days. It's not the most ideal day for a guy like that to have to hit, or a weekend, because I think tomorrow is probably going to be colder than today even.
Oof.
And we'll just have to see how it goes.
You talk a lot about mental toughness, Coach. Do you sense that your team has quite a bit of mental toughness built up already this season?
I think so. I think we have a lot of mental toughness, but like I tell people all the time, on a day like today, you can have all the mental toughness you want, and it plays a role with the weather, but at the end of the day, you got to try to find a way to stay warm, because if you don't stay warm and you lose it, it's not like a football game where you're maybe out there 2.5, 3 hours total, and you're going in after warm-ups to a warm locker room, and you're going in at halftime and getting warmed up. For us, what time is it? It's, we were out here at 10 to 1, and we're not going to get off the field till probably 7 o'clock, and there's no locker room. You're in a dingy dungeon for a dugout, and it's
no heater, barely any heater, right?
No heater provided, and you're just going to have to find a way to get through it.
What do we know about this Penn State team, Coach? They're 4-11, and you're going against Mike Gambino, who's in his third year here.
Well, he's done a great job of revitalizing this program. He's had them in the championship game of the Big Ten tournament and in the semifinals. And this was a year where they had pretty big expectations. And I think what happened, and it happens to a lot of teams as they're building, when the expectations change from underdog to you're the guy, it's a different feeling, and it's something that they hadn't had here in a while. And they scheduled tough. They were in the Bahamas against Indiana State, lost a couple games, and then they went right to Texas Tech, is one of the hardest places in the United States to play, as we've been there a few times.
Yeah.
And ran into a weekend in Lubbock where the wind was howling out, and the Red Raiders scored tons of runs off of them, and then boom, they went right from there to Georgetown in Washington D.C. and played 2 midweek games. And so once you start down the wrong way, sometimes it's tough to stop it, and that's the challenge for us. As they get home, even though it's cold, the weather's not great, I mean, they're happy to be home, and they're happy for a fresh start in the league, and they've got a lot of pride, and Mike gets them to play really hard. And we're going to get their best today for sure, because they're kind of playing for their lives right now.
Sounds like they'll start Fitzgerald on the mound today, Coach. What do we know about Fitzgerald?
He's a transfer from Maine, and he's got really good stuff. He hasn't located as well, and that's what's got him in trouble when he did get in trouble this year. But he's a tough matchup, because he throws like 5 different pitches, and it's a full mix, but he's going to run his fastball 94, 96. And on a cold day like that, if you can locate your fastball on days like today, it makes it tough on the hitters. So we are going to do our best to try to wait for stuff over the big part of the plate, and just let him live, try to live on the edges, and hopefully he walks a few. He's walked 9 to this point. And that's been more against the left-handers, and we'll have like 4 in the lineup. So we just have to do what we need to do, and that's hold the zone. And when he makes a mistake, whether it's the first pitch, the third pitch, or the sixth pitch, we need to load to hit and get our swing off when we get it. And teams that have done that have had some pretty good success against him.
It does sound like a good matchup based on what I'm hearing from you and Coach Sutherland. Is that right?
Well, it's a great matchup if we are who we are, or who we've been, or what we try to be. If we just do what we've trained to do, we'll be in a good place. But again, the little things really factor into cold weather games, as you've seen enough of them, and we played in enough of them. It's free bases, it's errors, it's pitchers that leave their defense out for so long that they freeze up, and then they come in and their hands are gone, and it's a tough, vicious cycle. I've often said it's the team. If the pitchers work quick and pound the zone and get them off the field, our goal is to have them out there for a half-hour inning and
freeze them out.
Yeah, and then like any other team, getting the Friday guy out as fast as you can and getting into the bullpen is what we're going to try to do.
Jaron Bleeker gets to start today for your team, Coach.
I really like where Jaron's been. He's been outstanding, and we're going to need him to be today. He's from Sioux City, so he's played in some cold weather, and he's used to the cold weather. And it's going to be one of those days where we hope Jaron is as efficient as he's been so far this season. If he does that, I feel really good about it. I feel like that Penn State's hitters are dangerous. They have some guys that can hit out of the ballpark, and only a couple guys that can run. They're not going to pose like a really heavy stolen base threat. But really, they're built to hit, and I think the way that, at least what we've seen on film leading into the series, there's some holes and you can pitch to them. It's just a matter of execution. If you miss the holes today in left field, it's a home run.
Heard early on, get ahead early on these hitters, and then maybe able to spin them.
Yeah, we can
later in the count.
Well, the good thing about it is I think you can spin them, but I also think you can pound them inside. And a lot of teams so far have once they got to 2 strikes. The teams that were able to locate on the inner third had a bunch of success.
What are the challenges, Coach, before we let you go on playing on a natural grass field that's probably pretty hard, I would imagine?
Well, it's actually, I'll tip my hat. Since the last time I was here, they've really cleaned the place up quite a bit. The field for this early in the year, which we really shouldn't even be playing yet, the grounds crew here has really done a nice job. Watching Penn State right now taking ground balls and doing stuff, it looks like it's playing really well. I hope I'm right, because there's been times when we've been here when it did not play well. But this is the best I've seen the place look since it opened.
All right, Coach, good luck against Penn State. I don't think I could help you much today, Coach. I think I just lost my hand, so let's go get warm and good luck today.
Too. Thanks, John.
Head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heler, on our pregame show from Medler Field at Lebrano Park, State College, Pennsylvania. It is the Big Ten opener. Iowa and Penn State meeting for the first time since 2023. Coach Heler has a pretty good record against these Nittany Lions in his career as the Hawkeyes head coach, 12-4 against Penn State. He'll look to have his team start the weekend off on a strong note. Iowa and Penn State to open league play. It's the league opener for both of these teams, and we'll get after it shortly here in State College. Iowa and Penn State coming up in a moment. We'll get you starting lineups and first pitch when we come back on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Despite the unshakable Iowa-Corn Cy-Hawk rivalry, there is one thing Iowa State and University of Iowa fans can both agree on: getting hyped for Unleaded 88. It's cleaner burning and better for your engine, and it's cheaper than other fuel options, making Unleaded 88 the clear fuel choice. If Iowa Corn Cy-Hawk rivals can agree on it, you know it's worth the hype. So pump it up with Unleaded 88, grown by Iowa corn farmers.
Hey Hawks, this is Coach Ben McCullum inviting you to join me for Hawk Talk live from the Watermill Kitchen and Bar inside the Hyatt Regency. We'll talk Hawkeye hoops, answer any of your questions, and get a behind-the-scenes look at Iowa men's basketball. If you can't make it there, check out the full schedule at HawkeyeSports.com to listen. Go Hawks.
You power your day with passion and purpose, it's the same for Alliant Energy. We're modernizing the grid, blending new, renewable, and traditional energy sources to meet growing demand safely and reliably. We're rising to the challenge to meet your energy needs today and for generations to come. Visit AlliantEnergy.com/poweringbeyond to learn more.
You're a Hawkeye. You named your dog Kinnick and your cat Herky. Your morning alarm is back in black. Yep, you're a Hawkeye. And now it pays to be a Hawkeye with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice Credit Union. Low fees and great perks, plus Iowa exclusives like your choice of a Hawkeye-powered Visa debit card, Iowa merchandise, and exclusive giveaways. You've spent more time at Finkbine than you have at your office, so we know you're a Hawkeye. Now make it pay with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice. Learn more at HawkeyeAccount.com.
Penn State and Iowa getting underway from State College this afternoon to open the series. Gable Mitchell, the leadoff hitter for the Hawkeyes, he's in the box. And taking on Colin Fitzgerald, the starting pitcher for Penn State. The pitch to Gable is up and away. The starting lineup for Iowa today, Gable Mitchell leading things off. Miles Risley back in the lineup after being sidelined due to injury. He'll play center field and bat second. Caleb Wolf, the three-hitter, will play first base. We'll see those three Hawkeyes in the first inning. Next pitch to Gable is in the dirt. Middle of the order for Iowa today, Mitch Wood is the DH. He's earned that spot over the past week or so. Kellen Strohmeyer's in right, batting fifth. Cooper Schulte, the shortstop, will bat sixth. 7, 8, 9 for Iowa today. Joey Narrett in left, Max Burt, the catcher, and Ben Swales, the third baseman. Gable Mitchell, the Big Ten's leading hitter, is in the box. He sends one on the ground to the right side. The second baseman scoops it up. That's Jaden Davis, and he makes the play as he flips it over to first. Gable is out number one on the ground out. Starting pitcher for Penn State is Colin Fitzgerald, a redshirt senior right-hander standing at 6 feet 1 inch. Transfer in from Maine. Fitzgerald making his fifth start of the season. Here's Miles Risley, takes down and away for ball one on the off-speed. Fitzgerald is 1-3 on the season. The .675 ERA, 16 innings pitched. He's allowed 22 hits. 13 runs, 12 of them have been earned. 21 strikeouts, 9 walks. Opponents batting .338 against Fitzgerald. Righty-on-righty matchup here. 1-1 pitch to Risley on its way home. Miles sends off the end of the bat right to second base. Davis has this one too. Risley speeding down the line, but he is thrown out, second out of the inning. And now to Caleb Wolf. Mitchell and Wolf had been inseparable at the top of the order as a strong 1-2 punch. But in recent games, dropped Wolf down to the 3 spot. Try to balance out the base running for Iowa. Wolf takes a strike from Fitzgerald. 2 outs, bases are empty. 0-1 to Wolf. Line sharply foul into the netting on the left side. The Hawkeyes occupying the third base dugout this weekend. Penn State on the first base side. Fitzgerald filling up the strike zone. No balls and 2 strikes. The right-hander is ready, and he pitches to Wolf. Caleb swings at a pitch in the dirt and misses. And the catcher will have to throw it down. He will do so accurately, and Iowa goes down in order to start today's game. Jaron Bleeker heading to the mound, and he will get the Friday afternoon start for the Hawkeyes in the second consecutive weekend. No score for Iowa in the top of the first inning. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oaknall is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oaknall.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Save time when you shop online with Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to order groceries online through our app or Hy-Vee.com. Pickup is always free. And if you have a Perks Plus membership, you get free delivery and free express pickup. Shop online with Hy-Vee and you can create and save grocery lists, shop the sales, and get fuel savers. Talk about convenient. Order groceries online today. Check out Hy-Vee.com or download the Hy-Vee app.
John Leo with you from the broadcast booth in State College, Medler Field at Lebrano Park, campus of Penn State University. The Nittany Lions coming to the plate in the bottom of the first after Iowa went down in order to start today's game. Batting order for the Nittany Lions looks like this. Cole Mercado is the center fielder. He'll lead things off. Michael Anderson, he's the DH. Got to watch out for him. A lot of power from Anderson. Jaden Davis will bat third and play second base. Bryce Molinaro is at third base in the cleanup spot for Penn State today. Jack Porter plays first base for the Nittany Lions. He'll bat fifth. The catcher is Avery Smith, and he'll be in the sixth spot today. 7, 8, 9, Jesse Jakonski in left, Maddox McDonald in right, and Preston Yocker at shortstop. Defensively for Iowa today, left to right on this natural grass and dirt infield. Ben Swales at third, Cooper Schulte at short, Gable Mitchell, the second baseman, and Caleb Wolf at first. Outfield left to right, Joey Narrett, Miles Risley, and Kellen Strohmeyer. The catcher is Max Burt. And the starting pitcher, making consecutive Friday starts, this is Jaron Bleeker, 6'3" right-hander, sophomore from Sergeant Bluff. And he played his high school baseball at Bishop Heelan. Bleeker getting the start for Iowa today, facing off against Cole Mercado, left-handed hitter. Bleeker deals high for ball one. Bleeker had a career outing against Lindenwood last Friday in his first weekend start. 6 innings, gave up 5 hits, 3 runs. He walked 1 and struck out 8. Has not found the strike zone to Mercado yet. 2 balls and no strikes. Mercado making his 11th start in center field for Penn State today. Left-handed hitter. The 2-0 from Bleeker is high, ball 3. Bleeker has made just 1 start, has appeared in 5 games, a 3-0 record with a 2.04 ERA. And just issued his 4th walk of the season. A 4-pitch walk to start the bottom of the first. Not great. 16 strikeouts for Bleeker on the season, a 2.42 batting average against. Cold day in State College, about 35 degrees. Wind blowing out to left center past the scoreboard. Big, tall scoreboard in left. Batter's eye in straightaway center. As Anderson hits this in the air down the left field line, and that is gone. A 2-run home run from Anderson. Penn State's home run leader. He's got 8 on the season now. He tucked it in that foul pole in left, and that's when the free bases kill you. A 4-pitch walk to Mercado, and then the very next pitch, off speed right down the pipe, and Anderson cranked it out of here, and it's 2-0 right away, Penn State. Not a good start for Iowa. Nobody out. Here's Jaden Davis. Righty on righty matchup. Bleeker delivers high. Jaron has missed almost all of his pitches out of the zone high. 2-0 Penn State, bottom of the first. Bleeker trying to settle in quickly now. 1-0. That's lined foul over to the right. As you might imagine, very light crowd on hand for a Friday mid-afternoon game. Ball and a strike, pitch from Bleeker. That's just low, ball 2. Good looking location from Jaron, but low and away. 2 balls and a strike on Jaden Davis. Senior batting .296, the 2-1. Low, ball 3. Bleecker typically very good strikeout to walk ratio. Came into the game with 3 walks in 17 2/3 innings. Walked Mercado to lead it off and then gave up the home run immediately after. 3-1, walked him, ball 4. Max Burt is going to head out to the mound and talk with Jaron. This start is not going the way Bleecker's previous appearances have gone, and Wes Obermueller is going to head out there too. 2-0 Penn State in the bottom of the first, courtesy of the 2-run home run from Michael Anderson. Not a ton of pop in the Penn State lineup, but Anderson's responsible for pretty much all of it. Bryce Molinaro will be the batter. He is the other powerful hitter for Penn State. And Iowa's got to stop this now. Got to really slow this down. Bleecker has thrown 10 pitches, 1 strike. Talked pregame with Adam Sheets, the voice of Penn State baseball, and he said that Penn State starters did not fare well at Texas Tech over the weekend. Didn't really get out of the second inning, any of them. And Iowa's starting pitching has been getting better. Bleecker off to a rocky start this afternoon. Here's Molinaro, right-handed hitter. Junior batting .229. Basically no lead at first base as Bleecker deals and gets a swing and a miss. Good start. Molinaro with 4 home runs and 1 double on the season. Here's a line drive over the Penn State dugout foul. 0-2. Jaron is settled in, pumping that fastball low 90s. And he's ahead now. 0-2 on Molinaro, the third baseman. 2-0 Nittany Lions, bottom of the first. Bleecker back on the rubber, and he's ready. The 0-2 from Jaron. Fastball up and away. One of the key topics from Coach Heler, he talks about in these cold weather games, don't want that defense standing out there for too long. Need to move through this inning now. 1-2, up and in, and hit him. Got him in the forearm as Molinaro started his swing. And that'll draw Coach Heler out of the mound to talk with the home plate umpire. Molinaro started his swing, turned towards Bleecker, and caught him in the forearm. And Coach Heler displaying to the umpire the mechanics of that. And how you start your swing, you bring your hands through the zone and then get hit by the pitch. Coach Heler might want a better explanation or take a look at it. Can't. Coach is hot. Not happy. Still nobody out. And Penn State has runners at first and second. And here's Jack Porter. Another right-handed hitter in for Penn State. Caleb Wolf in on the grass at first. Bleecker delivers inside for a ball. Max Burt will step in front of home plate, give signals to his defense. Bunt coverage. I don't imagine that Penn State would bunt here. Iowa in trouble early, down 2-0. 1 ball, no strikes. Bleecker set. Pitches to Porter. Fly ball, shallow center. Risley comes forward a few steps. Miles is underneath it. He makes the catch. Runner tagging from second to third. Here comes the throw. It's offline. And so Davis able to tag and get to third. Runners at the corners now for Penn State. One away for Avery Smith. Anything that could have gone wrong for Iowa in this inning has. Hitting batters with 2 strikes, leadoff 4-pitch walk, home run. It's been a troubling inning for Iowa to start, but trying to limit the damage. 2-0 Penn State. Runners at first and third. Corners in just a bit for Iowa. Here's a bunt from Penn State, but Smith pulled the bat back. Bunt attempt as Bleeker fired it up and in. One thing that was addressed in Scout, get ahead on Penn State hitters. Bleeker has been unable to do that in this first inning, trying to settle in. Smith, the catcher, batting from the right side. 1-0 from Bleeker. He bunts this one, first base side. Wolf lets it go. No, he picked it up and throws to first for the out. And the run comes down from third to score. I thought Wolf was going to let that go foul. It had hit the lip of the grass and was heading towards foul territory. Caleb picked it up. And he did throw it over to first base to get the out. So at least there are 2 outs now, but it's 3-0 Penn State. Runner at second for the Nittany Lions and 2 away. Jakonski is up. Bleeker with a fastball. Man, where'd that miss? Low. Good fastball from Jaron, but below the zone. Ball and no strikes. Jaron pitches, and this is hit well to left. Major trouble, and that's gone. Bleeker hung the breaking ball, and Jakonski cranks one out of here. Another 2-run shot for Penn State in the first inning, and it's 5-0. Boy, I tell you. Bases are cleared now after the 2-run home run. And here's Maddox McDonald. Iowa's got activity in the bullpen already. Hawks are down 5. 2 hits in the inning for Penn State. Bleeker deals strike 1 past McDonald. Two walks, a hit batter, and 2 2-run home runs for Penn State. No balls and a strike. The pitch from Bleeker, outside and low, 1-1. Iowa will have work to do. Mitch Wood, Kellen Strohmeyer, Cooper Schulte due up in the second. Disastrous start for the Hawkeyes today. Here comes the 1-1. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Bleeker in the driver's seat. Plenty of time to work with for Iowa. We are in the bottom of the first. Count is 1-2. Bleeker's next pitch. Low and away. Guided the breaking ball. Two. Overthrew the fastball outside, ball 3. And the count's now full. Jaron ready. He winds and fires. And McDonald fouled it back. We'll do it again. Payoff pitch from Bleeker to McDonald. Here it comes. Low and away, ball 4. Was in a really good spot and then lost him. Third walk of the inning. Iowa has a right-hander in the bullpen. See if Bleeker can get this third out and then figure it out after that. Preston Yocker is up. 9-hitter, shortstop, long first inning. 5-0 Penn State. Bleeker from the stretch, pitches high and away. Runner takes off for second. Throw is bouncing off of Mitchell and goes into left field, so McDonald will pop up and take third. Boy, nothing going right for Iowa. Throw went down to second, and I think that bounced off of McDonald's helmet and then kicked into left. Pretty good pitch out. Fastball up and away. And now a runner at third and 2 outs, 1-0 pitch. That's fouled back, ricocheted off the home plate umpire, Wilson Rayner. Counts 1-1. Yocker, a freshman shortstop for Penn State. Ball and a strike, Bleeker on the mound for Iowa. And he pitches. Fouled back into the netting, 1-2. Penn State with 5 runs on 2 hits in the inning. As an inspired Penn State team that's only played 1 home game this year is off and running this afternoon. The 1-2 hit on the ground is short. Schulte's got it. Long throw for Coop across the diamond, and a great scoop and pick out of the dirt by Caleb Wolf in the full splits. He gets the 3rd out, but a really disastrous inning for Iowa. 5 runs for the Nittany Lions, and a lot of work to do for the Hawkeye offense when we come back for the 2nd inning on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Hey fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hi, this is Coach Jan Jensen inviting you to join me for Hawk Talk, live from the Watermill Kitchen and Bar inside the Hyatt Regency at the Iowa River Landing. We'll talk Hawkeye women's basketball, answer your questions, and have a lot of fun along the way. The show airs weekly on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Check the full schedule at HawkeyeSports.com. I'd love to see you there. Go Hawks!
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. Stop by today for a relaxing massage at the spa, fine dining at Ruthie's Steak and Seafood, and so much more. Visit Riverside Casino and Golf Resort today, located minutes south of Iowa City. All right, Mitch Wood leads off the 2nd inning for the Hawkeyes. Iowa down 5-0 after a brutal first inning. Colin Fitzgerald, the starting pitcher for Penn State, threw 12 pitches in the first, and he set down the Hawkeyes in order with a couple of groundouts and a strikeout. 1-0 to Wood. Mitch took for strike 1. Wood is the DH for Iowa, batting .414. 12 hits in 29 at-bats. Team lead with 3 home runs. 1-1. That's down and away, ball 2. Iowa with an offensive approach to have Fitzgerald get into the zone. That's the plan coming into today's game. That will be crucial now, down by 5, 2-1. Mitch took down and in for a strike, 2-2. Leading off the 2nd inning, Wood in the box, the 2-2 to him. Check swing, he went around. It was a called 3rd strike anyway. And Wood is down on strikes. To start the 2nd, here's Kellen Strohmeyer. Strohmeyer standing in from the left side. First pitch to him is on the low outside corner, taken for strike one. Fitzgerald getting ahead early on Iowa hitters. Right-hander ready, the 0-1 to Kellen. Similar spot, but a little bit too far outside, 1-1. 5-0 Penn State, top of the second. Iowa trying to respond. 1-1, low and away. Strohmeyer, the starting right fielder for Iowa. He bats .328, the junior. He started all 16 games for the Hawkeyes. 5 doubles, 1 triple, 1 home run. 2-1, low and away, ball 3. Shifting Strohmeyer to the pull side a bit, the 3-1. Kellen takes up and away for ball 4. Iowa has its first base runner of the afternoon. A 5-pitch walk to Kellen Strohmeyer. Feel a lot better about things if Iowa can scratch across a run or two in this inning. Penn State certainly has a lot of life in their dugout, and Iowa needs to come to life in its over to the left. Here's Cooper Schulte. Strohmeyer the runner at first. And Schulte takes a breaking ball for strike one. That's a good take. Schulte, the starting shortstop for Iowa. Like Strohmeyer, has started all 16, now 17 games for the Hawkeyes. Schulte swings over the top of a fastball low and away. And it's 0-2, chased one. Fitzgerald has done a nice job getting ahead at 0-1, but had the tendency to go out of the zone after that like he did with Strohmeyer, and Schulte helped him a bit there. 0-2 now with 1 out runner at first. Here's the pitch to Schulte. That's outside, got to the backstop, and so Strohmeyer will take second. Overcooked the fastball, and it got by Smith, the catcher. Runner in scoring position now for Schulte. Right-handed arm, right-handed stick. Fitzgerald from the stretch. He's ready. Good lead from Strohmeyer at second. The pitch, low and away. Good block by Smith behind the plate. 2-2 now. Joey Narrett on deck. Two balls and 2 strikes. The delivery. Fouled off in the box. Cooper stays alive. 5-0 Penn State, top of the second. Iowa trying to answer in some fashion after the Nittany Lions batted around in the first. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Schulte with 1 away. Strohmeyer the runner at second. Fitzgerald set. He checks on him and now pitches to Schulte. Cooper flies foul over to the right. We'll do it again. Overcast, cold, and windy in State College today. Penn State with 2 home runs to left. They were not wind-aided. They were hit well. Another 2-2 to Schulte. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. Fastball on the outer part of the plate. Cooper could not catch up to it. He strikes out. 2 outs for Joey Narrett. Fitzgerald came in with 21 strikeouts in 16 innings. He's got 3 already today. And here's Joey Narrett. Left-handed hitter. Narrett batting 7th for Iowa today. The first pitch to him is a breaking ball. It dropped in for a strike. Fitzgerald has liked that off-speed to start the at-bat. See what Iowa elects to do when we get to the bottom of the second from a pitching perspective. Really don't want to have to go to the bullpen this early. 0-1 to Narrett, the pitch. That's in the dirt. Strohmeyer thought about taking off, but Smith with a really nice block behind the plate kept Strohmeyer at second. It's 1-1 now. Narrett, Iowa's left fielder. He's played in all 16 games coming into today, making 14 starts. He's batting .375. Ball and a strike on him with 2 outs. The pitch from Fitzgerald. That's up and away, ball 2. Iowa's done a much better job in this inning driving the pitch count up of Fitzgerald. He's up near 35 now. But nothing to show for it, and that's what's going to be important, trailing 5-0 in the second. 2 balls and a strike, the pitch to Narrett. He swings over the top of a pitch in the dirt, 2-2. Narrett takes a minute outside of the box, and now he gets back in. 2 balls, 2 strikes, big spot here for Iowa. Try to get on the board, trailing 5-0. The pitch, Joey got started, did not go. And the pitch kicked away to the left of the catcher, Smith, and so Strohmeyer will move up to third. Nice job by Narrett not to offer it a pitch he would have needed his sand wedge for. Full count now. Couple of pitches have gotten by Smith. 3-2 is the count. The pitch to Narrett, and he took ball 4 down and away. Narrett draws the walk after a lengthy at bat. And we'll see Max Burt now with 2 outs. Iowa's inning has toggled back and forth from strikeout to walk. Wood struck out to start the inning. Strohmeyer walked. Schulte struck out, and Narrett just walked. Burt will look to break the trend. Strikeout would end the inning. Iowa down 5-0 in the second. Runners at first and third. Fitzgerald ready. And the first pitch to Max Burt. That's up and in for a ball. Burt, a redshirt sophomore from Mason City, batting .286, 10 for 35 to start the season. 1 double to his name. 1-0 pitch to Burt. Max hits on the ground, foul towards third. $5-0 Nittany Lions in the Big Ten opener. Guys looking to respond. Any response is crucial after a really rough first inning. Ball and a strike on Burt, right-handed hitter. The pitch. Max hits in the air to center. Center fielder Mercado going back. He's got plenty of room, and he makes the catch for the third out. A couple runners get on for Iowa, but a flyout from Max Burt ends the inning. We'll go to the bottom of the second. Penn State 5 and Iowa nothing. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hey Hawks, it's Coach Ben McCullum. Join me for Hawk Talk on the Hawkeye Radio Network, weekly at the Watermill Kitchen and Bar. Check out the full schedule at HawkeyeSports.com. Go Hawks.
You power your day with passion and purpose. It's the same for Alliant Energy. We're modernizing the grid, blending new, renewable, and traditional energy sources to meet growing demand safely and reliably. We're rising to the challenge to meet your energy needs today and for generations to come. Visit AlliantEnergy.com/poweringbeyond to learn more.
Hey, it's Coach Jan Jensen. Join me for Hawk Talk on the Hawkeye Radio Network, weekly, live at the Watermill Kitchen and Bar at the Iowa River Landing. Check the full schedule at HawkeyeSports.com. Go Hawks!
Iowa and Penn State, bottom of the second inning. The Nittany Lions lead it 5-0. Jaron Bleeker does go back out to the mound. Need a bit of a longer start from Jaron despite the first inning. We'll see how he can settle in and see if he can take control of this game again. As we move on to the bottom of the second, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10-second station ID. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Penn State batted around in the first inning, and so the top of their order, Cole Mercado, will lead things off as Bleeker tries to forget that first inning and move on and try to give Iowa a longer start here. Hawkeyes have a right-hander throwing in the bullpen just in case Jaron can't settle in. Gave up 5 runs in the first inning on just 2 hits. Walked 2 guys, gave up 2 home runs, both of which brought in 2 runs for Penn State. 5-0 Nittany Lions. And Mercado is up. Bleeker winds and fires. First pitch is on the inner third for strike 1. Good start to the inning from Jaron. Here's the 0-1. Mercado shows the bunt. He pulled that back in time? I guess so, 1-1. Very last minute shouldering of the bat. And the pitch was just up and away, 1-1. Bleeker's next pitch. Fouled that off, 1-2. Jaron winds and fires the 1-2 to Mercado. Dropped it low and away. And it's 2-2. Went off speed. Mercado walked on 4 pitches and then was brought home on the 5th pitch of Bleeker's outing on a 2-run home run. 2-2 is the count. Pitch. Outside, ball 3. Bleeker quickly on the rubber, the 3-2. Fly ball to center. Shallow as Risley comes forward a few steps. He looks up into the overcast skies and makes the catch. 1 away. Much better start for Bleeker in this second inning as he retires Mercado on the flyout, and he'll face Michael Anderson again, who is one of the best power hitters in the Big Ten. He's got 8 home runs. His 8th coming earlier today. First pitch he saw from Bleeker was a breaking ball that Jaron hung, and Anderson took it out of here deep to left. Jaron went fastball up and in for ball 1. Anderson, the DH. Jaron missed away this time. 2 balls and no strikes. Batting .341. 9 strikeouts, 8 walks. Swung on and missed on a high changeup there from Bleeker. 2 balls and 1 strike on Anderson now. Next pitch. Hit well to right, but that'll angle foul out of play. 2-2. Bleeker seemingly up for the challenge this time. He's worked back to even the count. Jaron climbs on the rubber and he's ready to pitch. 2-2 from Bleeker. Breaking ball just outside. Good pitch, but Anderson didn't go after it. That's a good location. Full count now for Anderson. Bleeker up over 40 pitches. The delivery is inside. In fact, it hit him. Up and in on the hands. Would have been ball 4, but clipped him. And with 1 away, here comes Jaden Davis. Davis walked his first time around. 5-0 Penn State, bottom of the second. Penn State with just 12 stolen bases this year. Bleeker deals a strike to start the at-bat. Pitch number 45 there from Jaron in the second inning. Iowa's defense could use a ground ball, get back into the dugout quickly on a cold day in State College. No balls in a strike. Bleeker comes set and pitches. High with the slider, 1-1. Pickoff move to first just to keep the runner around. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out in the bottom of the second. Penn State up 5-0. Bleeker ready. And the pitch. Here's a ground ball up the middle. Schulte is there. His only plays to first. It's a one-hopper to Wolf, who digs it out for the second out. Really nice play right up the middle by Schulte. He would have had to make a very acrobatic and athletic play to Mitchell to throw it back behind his body to second. And so he makes the smart play and just goes to first to retire Davis. Anderson gets to second then. 2 away for Bryce Molinaro, hit by a pitch in the first. Right-handed arm, right-handed bat. First pitch from Bleeker, eye level, ball 1. Iowa has Gannon Archer going in its bullpen down the left field line. Be 9-1-2 for the Hawkeye offense when we return for the third. 1 ball, no strikes. Bleeker's pitch, skied to right. That's foul, out of play, 1-1. Count even at 1 as Bleeker gets the sign that he likes. Short lead at second base from Anderson, the pitch. That's upstairs, inside a bit 2. Off move to second. Anderson back without a dive on a bang-bang play. Two balls and a strike on Molinaro, the pitch from Bleeker. Here's a spinner up the middle and through into left center field. Anderson's around third. He'll score on the RBI single from Bryce Molinaro. 6-0 Penn State. Schulte had Molinaro played to pull a bit more, and he sent it up the middle off the end of the bat. And drove in a run. 6-0 Penn State in the second. And here's Jack Porter. First pitch strike from Bleeker. Breaking ball at the knees. From the belt, Jaron delivers. Strike on the outer third. He's ahead 0-2 now. See what Jaron chooses to throw on 0-2 with 2 outs and a runner at first. The pitch. Fouled back into the netting. We'll do it again at 0-2. Next 0-2 pitch from Bleeker. Here it is. Grounded to third. Swales has it. He'll go to second base for the force out there to retire the side. 1 run across for Penn State on a 2-out RBI single from Bryce Molinaro. It is 6-0 Nittany Lions. 9-1-2 coming up for Iowa when we return for the third inning after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You power your day with passion and purpose. It's the same for Alliant Energy. We're modernizing the grid, blending new, renewable, and traditional energy sources to meet growing demand safely and reliably. We're rising to the challenge to meet your energy needs today and for generations to come. Visit AlliantEnergy.com/poweringBeyond to learn more.
Hello, Iowa. Here's a promise. Wherever you are in this great state, University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you, even if you never walk through our doors. Educating, caring, leading research, sharing our expertise with all. Because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
John Leo with you from Medler Field at Lebrano Park. Iowa in some trouble early. 6-0 Penn State, top of the third. Ben Swales, Gable Mitchell, and Miles Risley are due up for the Hawkeyes. Colin Fitzgerald pitching for Penn State. Iowa had a couple of base runners with a pair of walks in the second, but no runs. So plenty of time to work with. We're just in the third, but 6-0. Be nice to start to chip away and mount the comeback here. Iowa deficits overcome this year. Trailed 5-1 after 2 innings against Northeastern. Came back to win that one 21-13 in the season opening weekend in Arizona. Other than that, Iowa hasn't trailed by too big of a deficit this year. 2-1 a couple of times. Once against Air Force, once against Houston. Iowa came back to win both of those games. Ben Swales takes a strike below the letters. Iowa trailed 1-0 and 4-3 on Sunday against Lindenwood. Came back to win that game in walk-off fashion 10-9. But the biggest one, a 5-1 deficit against Northeastern after 2, and the Hawkeyes came back to win. 1-1 is the count on Swales. The pitch. Ben showing a bunt, pulled it back. And wisely so, as the pitch was outside. Iowa at 11-5 on the season. Penn State 4-11. The Nittany Lions have played a challenging schedule. Second home game of the season for them. 2-1 is inside on Swales. It bends him back. 3 balls and a strike. Penn State on a 5-game losing streak, 3 in a row at Texas Tech and then 2 in the midweek at Georgetown. So you expect them to have a very inspired performance today, and they've done that. Getting out to a 6-0 lead as Swales takes a strike at the knees. Full count. Head coach for Penn State is Mike Gambino in his 3rd season. 13 years spent at his alma mater at Boston College. 3-2, Swales swings and misses. Late on 92, and so Fitzgerald comes all the way back and gets the strikeout after Swales was in the driver's seat 3-1. 4th strikeout for Iowa hitters through the order. And here comes Gable Mitchell. Iowa still looking for its first hit. Mitchell grounded out to second to start the game. Gable is the Big Ten's leading hitter. First pitch strike on the breaking ball. Penn State gives up nearly 9 runs a game. They have a team ERA of 8.30. 0-1 to Mitchell is outside. That team ERA is last in the Big Ten. Ball and a strike on Mitchell, who's 0 for 1 today. Fitzgerald, the right-hander, delivers. Gable chops to the right side and foul. Counts 1-2 now. Fitzgerald set, and he brings it home. Gable hits in the air to left and right to the left fielder, Jakonski. Well struck by Mitchell, but an atom ball. 2 down. 2-way for Miles Risley. Back to the right side for Iowa hitters now. The pitch. That's low. First time in quite a while that we've seen Fitzgerald miss on the first pitch of an at-bat. Ball and no strikes on Risley, who also grounded out to second base back in the first. And the pitch to Miles. That's letter high for a ball. Fitzgerald hasn't been the most efficient. He's up over 50 pitches in the third. 2 balls and no strikes. Pitch to Risley. There's a strike. Breaking ball and brought it in, 2-1. Next pitch to Risley. Inside corner, strike 2. Back-to-back in the zone from Fitzgerald. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. And the pitch to Risley. In the dirt, good hang, full count. Two outs and the base is empty. Iowa down 6-0 in the third. The 3-2 to Risley. Inside for ball 4. Very close pitch. Risley watched it go by. He got a good look at it just inside for ball 4. And now Caleb Wolf will come up and look to keep the inning going. Wolf struck out in the first. He's in the top 10 in the Big Ten with batting average. Currently hitting .415. A lot of room on the right side for Wolfie as Risley, the runner at first, dives back to the bag on a pickoff move. Two outs in the inning for Iowa. The Hawkeyes still looking for their first hit. Another move to first. Risley's back. Risley has a pretty good lead at first, one of Iowa's fastest runners. See if this is the spot. I'm not sure it is. First pitch to Caleb Wolf. Good cut, swung on and missed, out in front of 79. Another big lead at first by Risley. That forces Fitzgerald to throw it over. No balls and a strike. The pitch to Wolf. Caleb hits in the air to left center field. Center fielder Mercado on the run, but he's there with plenty of room in the left center alley to make the catch on the run. And that'll do it for Iowa in the third. A 2-out walk, but that's it. We'll go to the bottom of the third inning. Penn State 6, Iowa nothing. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, or just need someone to listen, 988 provides a direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
We love it when the Hawkeyes do their thing, because if there's anyone who can appreciate building a legacy, it's John Deere. We've been growing our team since 1837, recruiting the best thinkers, doers, and makers to craft innovations that outpace the competition. Because whether it's cultivating the earth with a tractor or reshaping it with a 40-ton excavator, the machines we build are building America. Nothing runs like a Deere.
Jaron Bleeker to the mound for the third, trying to eat some innings for Iowa after a really tough first inning where Penn State scored 5 runs. They added another in the second. It is 6-0 Nittany Lions in the bottom of the third. Bleeker will face Smith, Jakonski, and McDonald. For Jaron, he's thrown 2 innings, given up just 3 hits, but 6 runs because he's walked 3, which is just a significant outlier for him. He came into the game with 17 2/3 innings pitched, and he'd only walked 3 hitters and struck out 16. And it's just flipped on its head for Jaron today with 3 walks and no strikeouts of Penn State hitting. 6-0 Nittany Lions in the third. Not the start that Iowa had envisioned to begin league play. As we get set to head towards the middle innings, really the focus got to put up zeros now to even have a shot at this one. As Bleeker ready to pitch to Avery Smith. And he starts him off with a strike. Low inside corner. Remaining games of this series, 1 o'clock tomorrow. And then noon on Sunday, Central Time. 0-1. That's low and away. It's supposed to be colder tomorrow. Hard to envision colder tomorrow and keeping it above the limit. But we'll see. Same conditions pretty much all weekend. Sunday doesn't look too bad, maybe low 50s. That's reasonable, relatively speaking. 1-1 from Bleeker. That caught the edge. High outside corner, 1-2. Smith grounded out, but scored a run, brought in a run his first time up. Here's a fly ball, shallow right. Kellen Strohmeyer still coming forward. Kellen able to make the catch. Wind was playing with it a bit for Kellen, but he's there to retire Smith. One out in the Penn State third. And Jesse Jakonski is up. Jakonski hit a 2-run home run with 2 outs in the first. And Bleeker guides a breaking ball low and out. Start this at bat. Jakonski's a .220 hitter now after his home run. 9 hits and 41 at bats. He got 13 strikeouts and 3 walks. Bleeker unable to find the zone on the first 2. Here comes the 2-0 from Bleeker. Got the call on the outer edge, 2-1. Six 0 Penn State, bottom of the third. Iowa trying to hold in these early to mid innings now after a tough start. Bleeker back in the zone there, 2-2. Give time for the Iowa bats to come alive. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bleeker ready to pitch to Jakonski. Here it comes from Jaron. High fly ball right side. Strohmeyer and Wolf giving it chase over near the Penn State bullpen, and that's foul before any Hawkeye could get to it. Long run for Wolf and Strohmeyer. The wind may have kept it in play, but it was foul. Really nice effort by Wolf there to turn and run. He didn't drift. He turned, sprinted down that line, but very long run for everybody to get over there. So we'll do it again at 2-2 as Bleeker likes the sign. Now he asks for a recycling of it. And Jerry now ready to pitch the 2-2. Here it comes. Low and away, missed with the slider. Full count. Full count pitch from Bleeker, fouled off. Jakonski stays alive. Another payoff pitch from Bleeker. Here it comes. Check swing. Did he go? He did. Bleeker gets the strikeout of Jakonski for the second out of the inning. He was hoping for the walk there. He was halfway down to first. First base umpire Jason Stidham said, "Sorry, son. You went." 2 down. And here's Maddox McDonald, who walked in the first. Righty on righty matchup. Bleeker's first pitch. Off speed away from the right-handed hitting McDonald. After a mess of a first inning, Bleeker's done all right to settle in. Fortunately, eating some innings now. This game in some trouble as a 2-out single is ripped into left. McDonald is on with 2 outs. 4th hit of the day for Penn State. And Preston Yawker coming up. He bounced out to Schulte, the shortstop, back in the first. Nothing damaging there with the 2-out single, except standing out in the field a little bit longer. We'll see how Bleeker attacks Yawker. First pitch hit well to center. Risley on the run. Miles in the gap. He's there, and he makes the catch for the 3rd out of the inning. Nicely done by Jaron Bleeker and the Iowa defense. We're through 3 in State College, but it's Penn State up 6-0 on the Hawkeyes. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Whether they roll the dough or pour the joe, bake the bread or greet instead, your team goes the extra mile, and they deserve.
Time to play ball. The 2026 season is upon us, and the best way to get in the game is by listening to College Sports Now's official baseball podcast, Dugouts, Dumbbells, and Dingers. Each week, we'll have exclusive interviews with players and coaches that take you inside the locker room as we unpack the top stories of teams all across the country. We're delivering our best fastball, so step into the batter's box and tee us up. Available wherever you podcast on the College Sports Now feed or on YouTube. Just search Dugouts, Dumbbells, and Dingers.
Top of the 4th inning in State College, opening conference play against the Penn State Nittany Lions this weekend. Bad news to report early on. Penn State 6, Iowa nothing. The Hawkeyes coming to the plate with Mitch Wood, Kellen Strohmeyer, and Cooper Schulte in this 4th inning. University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you no matter where you are in the state, changing medicine and changing lives for all of Iowa and beyond. Postseason track, the NCAA Indoor Track and Field Championships starting up this weekend for the Hawkeyes down in Fayetteville, Arkansas. The world-leading Ryan Johnson will go for an NCAA title in the weight throw, up over 25.5 meters this season. The 2-time now Big Ten champion and leads the world in 2026. He'll get underway in just about 30 minutes. Iowa sprinters Darwin Jimenez and Kalen Walker will be in the 60-meter prelims later on this evening. On the women's side, Choma Nwachukwu in the 400 prelims. And Emmanuel Njoku, the long jumper, he'll go to round out the night for the Hawkeyes down in Fayetteville. Mitch Wood, the batter, to lead off the 4th inning. 1-1 count on him. Next pitch is in the dirt, low and away. Iowa women's basketball and men's basketball awaiting selection Sunday coming up. Iowa lost yesterday to Ohio State, the Big Ten tournament. Ball 3 downstairs to Mitch Wood. Both teams safely in the NCAA tournament field. Iowa women likely hosting at Carver Hawkeye Arena. 3 balls and 1 strike on Mitch Wood. The pitch. Here's strike 2. We've been at 3-1 a couple of times today, and Fitzgerald has done a nice job to come back and ultimately get outs. We'll see if Mitch can change that tune in this at-bat. Full count, Fitzgerald ready. The right-hander delivers. Wood got a piece of it and fouled it back. Iowa softball in action this weekend on the road again at Illinois. They'll play at 5 o'clock today. 3-2 to Wood. Mitch skied it on the infield. Shortstop Yawker right behind second base. He's got it, 1 away. Iowa softball with a 15-8 record went 1-2 in Columbus as Hawkeyes started their Big Ten portion of their schedule last weekend, picked up a midweek win at Illinois State 6-3 on Tuesday. And now 3 games at Illinois. Kellen Strohmeyer, he's the batter for Iowa. He was Iowa's first base runner, and he walked back in the second. He's in a good spot here, 2-0. Top of the 4th inning, 6-0 Penn State. Strohmeyer, powerful left-handed hitter, the 2-0. Kellen hits on the ground foul past Coach Pearson at third, all the way down near the Iowa bullpen. Fitzgerald has not allowed a hit. He's walked 3, struck out 4. 2 balls and 1 strike. Next pitch to Strohmeyer. Here it comes. That's outside, ball 3. (3-1) to Kellen. Strohmeyer hits in the air to right, and that'll be caught by McDonald. He took a step back and then a step forward and able to make this simple play. And the Hawkeyes remain hitless. Here comes Cooper Schulte with 2 outs. Pitch number 71 from Fitzgerald. Schulte hits off the end of the bat into right, and that's down for the Hawkeyes' first base hit of the game. Dropped in front of McDonald. That one had to hurt Cooper off the end of the bat. Came in at 79, went out at 69. It just didn't sound good either off the bat, but hey, we'll take it. First hit of the game for the Hawks. Comes from Cooper Schulte, a 2-out single, and Joey Narrett will look to keep the 2-out rally going. 6-0 Nittany Lions in the 4th. Fitzgerald ready, and he brings it home to Narrett. Joey mistimed the breaking ball and unable to draw contact, 0-1. Narrett walked in the second. He was stranded on a flyout moments later by Max Burt, who's in the on-deck circle. Count is 0-1 with 2 outs. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Good pitch from Fitzgerald. Had some vertical movement down and in on Joey, and he was swinging over the top, and he's down in trouble now. 0-2. Next pitch to Narrett. Same pitch, and he swings and misses over the top. 3-pitch strikeout of Narrett. Iowa gets its first hit of the game from Cooper Schulte, but he's stranded at first base. And we'll move on to the bottom of the 4th now. 6-0 Penn State. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Can you think of anything that costs the same today as it did 10 years ago? There isn't much. That is, unless you're a Mid-American Energy customer. Thanks to all the renewable energy we're generating, our customers pay nearly the same rate for electricity today as they did back when we were all singing, "Call Me Maybe." And with Mid-American making even more investments in clean energy, you can count on enjoying those same affordable rates for the next decade. Now that's obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
You're a Hawkeye. You named your dog Kinnick and your cat Herky. Your morning alarm is back in black. Yep. You're a Hawkeye. And now it pays to be a Hawkeye with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice Credit Union. Low fees and great perks, plus Iowa exclusives like your choice of a Hawkeye-powered Visa debit card, Iowa merchandise, and exclusive giveaways. You've spent more time at Finkbine than you have at your office, so we know you're a Hawkeye. Now make it pay with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice. Learn more at HawkeyeAccount.com.
Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. Homewood Suites and Home 2 Suites by Hilton each offer guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country. John Leo with you from Medler Field at Lebrano Park, campus of Penn State University. On their athletic facility campus, I guess you could say. Beaver Stadium just behind us here. Bryce Jordan Center down the road. Basketball arena for Penn State. Just hosted the Big Ten Wrestling Championships there as well last weekend. Jaron Bleeker will pitch to Cole Mercado. Third time through the order getting started now for Penn State. Bleeker had a tough first inning, but he settled in all right. Jaron's thrown 3 innings, given up 4 hits, 6 runs, 3 walks, and a strikeout. 2 two-run home runs for Penn State. Those have been the big blows. They both came in the first inning. 2 balls and a strike. Jaron's fallen behind Mercado, left-handed hitter. 0 for 1 today with a walk and a run scored. Next pitch from Jaron. And it was true to the inside corner. Full count, Bleeker ready, the pitch. And Mercado fouled it off, got a piece of it, and nicked it off of his right shin. And the home plate umpire, Wilson Raynor, will give him a courtesy wipe of home plate there, brush that off. Full count. Bleeker's next pitch. Low. Leadoff walk. Those are killers. Here comes Michael Anderson. 1 for 1 today. 2-run home run in the first. Got Penn State started right away. 6-0 Nittany Lions, bottom 4. Right-handers the rest of the way for Bleeker and this Iowa pitching staff. Mercado with not much of a lead at first. Bleeker throws it over anyway. Long pause from Bleeker. He throws it over again. Wolf with his new hold at first, not actually on the bag. It's a very deceptive hold, though. Bleeker ready to pitch to Anderson now. Here it comes. Good cut, but fouled back. Bleeker challenged him with 89, top of the zone. It was the breaking ball that Anderson hit out of the park to left in his 2-run home run in the first. Mercado has a lead of about 1.5 steps. He's hopping around there at first. Anderson fouls off the next pitch that he sees. Bleeker had him leaning and reaching a bit for that one. Went low and away. Count is 0-2. Got to be careful still with Anderson. Jaron's next pitch. Swing and a miss. He ran a fastball inside, and it handcuffed Anderson, and Bleeker strikes him out. First out of the inning. Well done. Really nice sequencing from Jaron. Started high, then went low and away, and then ran it inside. And Bleeker gets him. First out of the inning. Here's Jaden Davis. Another right-handed hitter. Rest of the way in this lineup. Leadoff hitter Mercado, the only lefty in there for the Nittany Lions today. Davis is 0 for 1 today with a walk and a run scored. That came in the first. Mercado leaning towards second. Bleeker felt it and threw it over. And he's back without much of a problem. Iowa's pitchers have done much better since the start of the season at holding runners on. 1 ball, no strikes on Davis. The pitch. Inside. That's ball 2. Bleeker over 80 pitches now. Hopefully get him through the 4th. I would imagine that'd probably be it. Gannon Archer has been, well, he is warm down there in the bullpen. He's been throwing since the first inning. He's throwing 1 warm-up pitch every 2 or 3 from Bleeker. 6-0 Penn State, bottom of the fourth inning. 2 balls and no strikes on Davis. The pitch. Jaron floated the spinner high, ball 3. Molinaro on deck for Penn State. He's also very dangerous. 3-0 from Bleeker. That's called a strike at the top of the zone, 3-1. Mercado has a much bigger lead at first base now. Wolf trying to split it in half. And Jaron throws it over. Mercado has 2 of Penn State's 12 stolen bases this season. 3 balls and a strike. And he'll throw it over again. Wolf knocks this one down. After a couple of pickoff moves to first, Mercado takes off. Doesn't matter as the pitch is high for ball 4. See if that draws Coach Heler out of the dugout. Stick with Jaron. Movement in the Iowa dugout. And here comes Coach Heler. He makes the changes for the Hawkeyes. That'll do it for Jaron. Couldn't really settle in after a disastrous first inning, and the Hawkeyes have to turn to the bullpen in the 4th. Penn State leads it 6-0. We'll take a pitching change break and be back after this on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Go for the big Honda savings at your local Honda dealer. Go for the selection and inventory. Honda cars, trucks, vans, and SUVs are in stock and on sale. Go for the most Car and Driver 10 Best Awards with 98 trophies. And KBB.com's Best Value and Performance brand. Search your local Honda dealer today.
Based on 2025 Consumer Choice Awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
Despite the unshakable Iowa Corn Cy-Hawk rivalry, there is one thing Iowa State and University of Iowa fans can both agree on: getting hyped for Unleaded 88. It's cleaner burning and better for your engine, and it's cheaper than other fuel options, making Unleaded 88 the clear fuel choice. If Iowa Corn Cy-Hawk rivals can agree on it, you know it's worth the hype. So pump it up with Unleaded 88, grown by Iowa corn farmers.
The Hawkeyes turn to the bullpen in the bottom of the 4th inning, a little bit earlier than planned today. The Hawkeyes will go with Gannon Archer, right-handed senior from A-Dell, standing at 6 feet 3 inches. Archer coming in for the Hawkeyes, making his 5th appearance. He's got a 6 flat ERA. 3 innings pitched for Gannon, 2 hits, 2 runs. He's walked 4, struck out 1. Opponents bat .200 against Archer, and he comes in the 4th inning. Iowa down 6-0, and runners at first and second for the Nittany Lions, and just 1 out. The batter will be Molinaro. Scoreboard update is brought to you by Community Choice Credit Union. Battling high fees, unfair charges, no early paydays. No bank you. Become an unbanker instead at Community Choice. All right, league action today. 19th ranked and undefeated USC is in Evanston to take on Northwestern. And not much of a surprise here. USC shutting out the Wildcats 4-0 in the 3rd. I say that about the not much of a surprise. The fact that USC's team ERA of 167 is off to a good start in Evanston, leading the Wildcats 4-0. Michigan State is in Piscataway taking on Rutgers. The Scarlet Knights lead 2-0. Purdue and Maryland later on in College Park. Minnesota 14-3. They're in Champaign to take on Illinois later tonight. Indiana's in Eugene to play Oregon this weekend. as Archer is ready to pitch to Molinaro. Righty-on-righty matchup. Gannon deals outside for a ball. Michigan is at top-ranked UCLA this weekend, and Ohio State is in Seattle to play Washington. Out of conference action for Nebraska as they welcome 2-13 Maine to Lincoln. Molinaro pops this up on the infield. Infield fly is in effect. Gable Mitchell makes the catch on the fringe of the outfield grass behind second. And so Molinaro pops out. And Archer picks up the second out of the inning. Does a nice job to get the dangerous Molinaro. Here's Jack Porter. Porter stands in. First and second for Penn State and 2 outs. Bottom of the fourth. 6-0 Nittany Lions. Porter's 0 for 2 today. Pitch from Archer. Dropped it in there for a strike. Good start for Gannon. Gannon has the over-the-top delivery. He'll throw the fastball upper 80s. Does have a cutter mid to low 80s. And he'll throw the slider and changeup off of that every once in a while. 2 outs in the inning. Long pause from Archer, the 0-1. Swing and a miss. He buried the slider downstairs and away, 0-2. Iowa has Burt, Swales, and Mitchell due up when we get to the 5th. Archer trying to hold here, coming in to a jam. 0-2 is the count. Gannon's ready. He delivers. That's upstairs. 1 ball and 2 strikes. After a chase pitch, we'll see what Gannon chooses to throw. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Archer goes right down the middle, and Porter can't connect, and Archer gets the strikeout to leave a couple of Nittany Lions on base. We'll move on to the 5th. Penn State still leading 6-0. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You power your day with passion and purpose. It's the same for Alliant Energy. We're modernizing the grid, blending new, renewable, and traditional energy sources to meet growing demand safely and reliably. We're rising to the challenge to meet your energy needs today and for generations to come. Visit AlliantEnergy.com/poweringbeyond to learn more.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Penn State 6, Iowa nothing as we move along to the 5th inning. Iowa with just 1 hit today, and it came from Cooper Schulte. Colin Fitzgerald has been what Iowa expected. He's at 74 pitches through 4 innings. He's walked 3, has struck out 5. Iowa hitters probably finish off some at-bats a little bit better than they have so far today, but just 1 hit, that's the surprise. He's given up quite a bit of damage and hits this season. Coming into the game, after 16 innings, he's given up 22 hits and 9 walks. So basically, 2 base runners per inning, and he's done a pretty good job against Iowa hitters today. See if Iowa can chip away here. Down 6-0. Man, if you get half back, you feel like you got a shot before we get into these late innings. But really need to get back to a good approach and getting on base. Righty-on-righty matchup, Fitzgerald versus Burt. Max takes up and in for a ball. Be back here tomorrow against Penn State. 1 o'clock Central Time, first pitch. 12:30 on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Burt is 0 for 1 today. He flied out to Mercado in center. Got a hitter's count now, 2 balls, no strikes. Fitzgerald ready out of the windup. He brings it home. That's a called strike at the very bottom of the zone, 2-1. Pretty good gap in left center for Max if he get turned around on one. Big ballpark here at Penn State. 2-1. Max hits on the ground to short. Yawker charges and scoops it off the dirt, and he throws out Burt. One away for Ben Swales. Iowa has not had its leadoff hitter on base today, so have not been able to apply any pressure on the base paths. Just a handful of base runners. Here's Swales, struck out back in the third. First pitch strike. Wind continuing to blow over to left. The 0-1. Swales fouled off of Smith, the catcher. Counts down 0-2 on Swales, trying to set the table for the top of the order. Expect eventually Iowa can get some traffic, get on base, and apply some pressure, but has not been able to do so today. The 0-2 bounced in front of the plate. Ball and 2 strikes on Swales. Ben has a lot of speed. Like to see him get on base and get active. Iowa, one of the better base-stealing teams in the Big Ten. The 1-2, dropped it in for a strike 3 called. Started at Swales' shoulder, and I think Ben gave up on it a little bit too early. Caught the inside corner, 2 down. For the most part today, the first 2 hitters of the inning have gone down quickly and quietly for Iowa. And so any traffic has really been generated with 2 outs. Back-to-back innings, or the third and the fourth, rather, have come with 2 outs. Here's Mitchell bunting to third. Bare hand play made by Molinaro, and he will throw out Gable for the 3rd out. Very quick inning. Iowa goes down 1-2-3 in the 5th. Bottom half coming up after this. Penn State 6, Iowa nothing. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn can even fuel your drive to watch the Hawkeyes play when you choose Unleaded 88. It's a fuel that's cheaper, cleaner, and greener. Plus, it's homegrown, making Unleaded 88 the clear choice at the pump and totally worth the hype. So as you head to cheer on the Hawkeyes this season, don't just fuel up. Pump it up with Unleaded 88. Find Unleaded 88 at a station near you. Go to iowacorn.org/88.
Unwind in style at Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, where luxury and excitement come together. Tee off on a world-class golf course, savor gourmet dining, and enjoy premier entertainment and amenities that are second to none. Feeling lucky? Hit the slots or try your hand at our table games. There's always action on the floor. Whether you're here to relax, play, or indulge, Riverside offers more than just a getaway. It's an unforgettable experience. Visit Riverside Casino and Resort.com to learn more.
Bottom of the 5th inning, Penn State 6, Iowa nothing, and the Nittany Lions coming to the plate 6, 7, and 8 to face off against Gannon Archer. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10-second station ID. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Avery Smith will lead things off for the Nittany Lions. As Gannon Arch ready to go here for the Hawks. Archer came in to relieve Jaron Bleeker. First pitch On the outside corner, that's a called strike. Smith drove in a run earlier today. Next pitch from Archer, just low. Smith, a freshman catcher for Penn State. 1-1 from Archer. Went back to where he started the at-bat. Outer third for a strike. Base is clear. The 1-2 from Gannon. That fouled off and ricocheted off of Burt and the home plate umpire. So we'll do it again. 1-2. Closing the book on Jaron Bleeker, making his second weekend start. 3 1/3 for Jaron. 4 hits, 6 runs, walked 5 and struck out 2. Not his day. Iowa's been digging out of a big hole ever since, or at least has faced the hole ever since the first inning. Penn State hung up 5 right away. So Gannon Archer, the first arm out of the Iowa bullpen this afternoon. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The pitch to Smith, just high. Burt tried to snap it down, but it stayed up 2-2. Archer out of the windup, brings it home. Ground ball right back up the middle and through into center. Got too much of the plate, and Smith rolled it right up the gut. Fifth hit of the game for Penn State. This has been a very cold weather game. This is very few hits. Not great contact, with the exception of 2 home runs by Penn State that were not wind-aided out to left. The wind is blowing out there, but didn't matter for Anderson and Jakonski, who have hit 2 two-run home runs today. 6-0 Penn State, bottom 5. Leadoff single for Smith, and here comes Jakonski. Actually hit his home run further than Anderson. Anderson known for his power. Archer with the move over to first to keep Smith around. No stolen base attempts on the season for Smith. Archer delivers, and Jakonski offered at a bunt and missed. Burt, the snap throw to first, try to get Smith on his way back to the bag. Just a little bit late. So looks like Jakonski considering a bunt. Archer from the belt with a long pause. Here comes the 0-1. Just low and in. Good spot. Jakonski didn't go after it. Mitchell near second base. Schulte playing at his regular spot at short, not really pinching up the middle. Jakonski pops this up in between Mitchell and Schulte. Who's going to make the play? It's Schulte, the shortstop, right behind second base. He brings the ball in for the first out of the 5th. Penn State sends Maddox McDonald into the box now. He is 1 for 1 today. Reached both times, the walk and then a single. 6-0 Nittany Lions, bottom of the 5th. Really tough first inning for Iowa, but the Hawkeyes have settled in. The Bats, though, just 1 hit. Archer ready, the 1-0 pitch. And he dropped it in for a strike, 1-1. Iowa will have Risley, Wolf, and Wood up in the 6th. Time is of the essence now. Outs to work with are dwindling, and with a 6-run deficit, the biggest deficit of the year for Iowa. Ball and a strike. The pitch, swing and a miss. 1-2. It would be the biggest overcome deficit. Iowa has a couple of losses on their ledger that are of 9 and 10. Obviously, those are bigger deficits, but something that Iowa looking to overcome as the 1-2 is just inside. And McDonald got his hand started but didn't commit to it. Sent it down to an appeal. Did not go. And it's 2-2. Penn State's hit a few rolling ground balls today, but none right to an Iowa defender that could start a double play. Archer looking for one here, maybe even a strikeout. The 2-2. Chopped foul over to the left. Gannon has looked very collected on the mound today. Very steady. 2 balls and 2 strikes. With 1 out, the pitch. Low and away. Burt backhands it. Full count now. Big lead at first base. 3 balls and 2 strikes. And the pitch. This is a line drive past Schulte into left. Second single of the inning for Penn State. Schulte had to move several steps to his right, and he dove but couldn't bring it in. It was past his outstretched glove. And here comes the 9-hitter Yawker. First and second and 1 out. Archer delivers. And Yawker swinging early in the count, fouled it back. Hawkeyes not too concerned about a bunt. Infield playing back. See what Yawker does. Archer's 0-1 is hit on the ground and past a diving Swales into left. Narrett picks it up. They're going to send the runner. Here comes the throw, cut off by Swales. RBI single at 7-0. 3 singles in the inning. Penn State's contact finding ways through. And they'll flip it to the top of the order now for Mercado. Iowa has a left-hander and a right-hander in the bullpen. Time called by pitching coach Wes Obermueller. And he'll go out and talk with Archer and the Iowa defense. Well, now the way this game is going, just to be frank, it's 7-0, and Iowa being out hit 7-1. I think the Hawkeyes got a plan for the rest of the weekend, especially from a pitching and bullpen standpoint. Does not mean that pitchers that come into the game can't do a great job for the Hawkeyes. Strategic in how Iowa's going to use its arms the rest of the weekend after a disastrous start today. Brief mound visit. All right, we're to the top of the order. Mercado's up 0 for 1, 2 walks. First pitch from Archer. Inside corner, strike 1. Good start from Gannon. Count is 0-1. Only left-hander in the lineup for Penn State. The pitch from Gannon in knees, and it backed Mercado away. 1-1. Short leads by the base runners. The 1-1 pitch is high and away, ball 2. Bottom of the 5th inning. Penn State's tacked on another at 7-0. Two balls and a strike. Runners take off. Here's a chopper to short. Schulte's got it. His only plays across to first. Runner, and Wolf dropped it. Wolf dropped it at first, and the runner from second who was going on the pitch, he rounded third and took home as well. Oh, that's going to drive the Iowa coaching staff nuts. Everybody's safe. Wolf dropped the ball at first. Thought it was a good enough throw from Schulte. And McDonald, who was at second and was going on the pitch, he just never stopped as he ran around third. And he scored. It's 8-0 Penn State. And the Hawkeyes will make a pitching change. Coach Heler headed to the mound. This is becoming a game that Iowa needs to forget very quickly. We'll introduce the new Iowa pitcher when we come back from this pitching change break. It's 8-0. Nittany Lions. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment, knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to Wellmark.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
Save time when you shop online with Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to order groceries online through our app or Hy-Vee.com. Pickup is always free. And if you have a Perks Plus membership, you get free delivery and free express pickup. Shop online with Hy-Vee and you can create and save grocery lists, shop the sales, and get fuel savers. Talk about convenient. Order groceries online today. Check out Hy-Vee.com or download the Hy-Vee app.
New pitcher into the game for Iowa in the 5th is Cole Moore, right-handed freshman. He's also from Adel. He'll come in this Friday afternoon game that sees Iowa down 8-0. Moore making his 6th appearance, 1-0 record. He got the win on Tuesday against St. Thomas, starting the midweek. A 7.71 ERA for Cole, 4 2/3 innings pitched. Giving up 5 hits, 4 runs, 3 walks. He's got 4 strikeouts. Opponents bat .278 against Cole. And this has just been a poorly played game by Iowa, unfortunately. And the Nittany Lions have runners at first and second, 1 out, and Michael Anderson coming up. $8-0 in the 5th. And Iowa in danger now of being in run rule territory. Anderson's up. 1 for 2, 2-run home run today. Also hit by a pitch. He does have a strikeout. Moore is on the rubber for Iowa. First and second for the Nittany Lions and 1 out. First pitch is hit on the ground, through into left. They'll send the runner around third. Narrett gets it in. It's also cut off. 9-0 Penn State. 4 singles in the inning for the Nittany Lions. And the tough day continues for the Hawks. Here's Jaden Davis. First and second and one out. Pickoff move to second. Yockers back. Moore ready to pitch to Davis, and he sailed it outside for a ball. 9-0 Nittany Lions, bottom 5. Run rule is 10 after 7, so we've got some innings to work with here. Hawks in trouble. 1-0 from Moore. Low, ball 2. Couple of walks today for Davis. He grounded out to short. Next pitch way outside from Cole. 3-0. Pitch is called a ball. Inside, ball 4. Loaded up now for Molinaro. Not much to say about this game today. Iowa down 9-0 in the 5th. And getting away from the Hawks pretty quickly now. Corners creeping in for the Hawks. Fastball below the knees for a ball. Really the first time this year that Iowa has looked pretty outmatched. 1-0. Molinaro skies down the right field line. Strohmeyer angling towards foul ground, and it drops before he or Wolf could get to it. Foul territory, and it's 1-1. Hawkeyes do have a 15-6 loss to Kansas State and a 12-2 loss to Alabama, but even those were a little bit more competitive than this one. This has been really tough sledding for Iowa in all regards today. Ball and a strike on Molinaro, the cleanup hitter. And the pitch from Moore. And he dropped it in for strike 2. One, 2 from Cole is ripped foul past third. Whoa, right by Yocker, the base runner. Rather, Mercado there at third. Molinaro got around early on that one. Ball and 2 strikes. We'll do it again. The pitch fouled off to the right. The freshman, Cole Moore, battling nicely for the Hawkeyes on the mound. Up to the task against Molinaro so far. We'll see if he can get him. Another 1-2. Good pitch, low and away. Burt blocked it. Ball 2. Bird will jog out to the mound and talk with his freshman reliever now. 9-0 Penn State in the fifth. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Molinaro. Nittany Lions looking to snap their 5-game losing streak. Two and two. Pitch from Moore. Ground ball right side. Wolf knocked it down. He comes home with it for the force. Throw back to first. Not in time. They get the force out at home. Molinaro legs it out down the first base line. So the bases will stay loaded for Jack Porter. And there are 2 outs now. Nice play by Wolf. Hard ground ball right to him. Two down for Porter. First pitch from Moore. Outside. Couldn't clip the edge. Porter 0 for 3 today. 1-0. Popped up right side. Wolf might have a play on this one as he angles towards the half wall and foul ground. Caleb's there and he makes the catch for the 3rd out. Penn State leaves them loaded, but they add 3 more. It's 9-0 Nittany Lions. We'll bring you the 6th after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Whether they roll the dough or pour the joe, bake the bread or greet instead, your team goes the extra mile, and they deserve healthy eyes and a healthy smile. For plans that cover businesses of all sizes, Delta Dental customizes. With employer costs as low as $0, you can offer benefits and be a hero. Affordable coverage is a click away. Visit deltadentalia.com today.
At Mid-American Energy, our 1.6 million customers depend on our energy 24/7. That's why we work 24/7 to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need. To keep our 99.9% reliability record, we're enhancing our technology, improving resiliency, and investing in critical infrastructure. We're generating power from all available resources to cover any increases in demand. And we're innovating to ensure you always have the energy you need. Mid-American Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Oak Knoll's mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care, a not-for-profit life plan community serving the Iowa City area for 59 years. Oak Knoll is conveniently located near the University of Iowa Healthcare Campus, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and downtown Iowa City. Proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Visit oakknoll.com to learn more. As we look across the Big Ten scoreboard, Northwestern trails USC 9-0 in the 5th inning in Evanston. Rutgers has taken a 6-2 lead over Michigan State and Piscataway. Those are the only other games in action now. Purdue and Maryland later on, Minnesota and Illinois. Indiana in Eugene against Oregon, Michigan and LA against UCLA, and Ohio State at Washington, while Nebraska entertains Maine in Lincoln. All right, we're on to the 6th. Penn State 9, Iowa nothing. It's not been the Hawkeyes' day. Pretty tough performance in all 3 categories. Couple of errors, just 1 hit, and several free bases allowed today. Here's Miles Risley to lead off the inning. Fitzgerald still pitching for Penn State. There's a strike. 1-1. So Iowa offensively unable to accomplish their task to get Fitzgerald out early. 1-1. Half swing from Risley. Sends it down the first baseline foul. 1-2. Look at the outlook of the weekend. Logan Rundy will start for Iowa tomorrow. And Penn State, they've still got their full bullpen. Have not got the starter out of the game today. 1-2. Risley takes in the dirt. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Next pitch to Risley. Got a piece of it and fouled it back. Good to have Miles back in the lineup. He's been on once today with a walk in the 3rd. Injured down at Florida Atlantic in week 2. Without him the entire Frisco weekend. Jalen Ziegler came in, did a nice job. 2-2, Risley hits on the ground left side. Diving stop by the third baseman. Molinaro popped up and threw it to first, but Porter could not bring it in. Risley beats it out. Infield single for Miles, the second hit of the game for the Hawks. Risley will come out of the game now, and Brett White will go in and run. So he'll, for this moment, replace Risley. We'll see if Iowa makes any more changes. As we're in the 6th, down 9-0. Snap throw over to first. Brett's able to get back. Caleb Wolf, the batter. 0 for 2. Takes a fastball up and away, ball 1. Wolf batting .409. A lot of room on the right side of the infield with the first baseman holding on White. 1-0. At the knees for a strike, 1-1. 2 hits for Iowa today, one from Miles Risley, the other from Cooper Schulte. Fitzgerald has pitched well enough for Penn State to hold the Iowa bats in check. 1-1. In the dirt and blocked forward by Penn State's catcher. 2-1. White, the runner at first, the 2-1. Wolf hits in the air to left center, and it will tail to the left fielder, Jakonski. Wind just sailed that to left. It was headed for the left center gap, and with Wolf's swing on it, had enough spin that it tailed directly to left where Jakonski was there. 1 away in the Hawkeyes' 6th. And Iowa will roll with a pinch hitter here, Bryce Phelps. He will bat for Mitch Wood. Iowa rolling out some new hitters, making some position changes, what feels like late in this game in the 6th. It's 9-0. Dangerously close to the run rule, unfortunately. Pitch is low and away, gets away from Smith and all the way to the backstop, so White will take second. Fitzgerald approaching 100 pitches. We're in the 6th. 1-0 to Phelps. Bryce sends on a line right to the second baseman. Flip to second, not in time. White gets back. Phelps struck it well, but he lines out. It's been an interesting game for Fitzgerald. He's thrown 5 2/3, given up 2 hits. He's walked 3, struck out 6. This next pitch to Kellen Strohmeyer will be pitch number 95. He's filled up the count, but he's won basically all the battles. Here's Strohmeyer with 2 outs. Runner at second. The pitch drifted away. White, the runner at second. The 1-0 pitch is sent on the ground up the middle. Shortstop Yocker has it. He throws out Strohmeyer by a step, and that'll do it for Iowa in the sixth. Bottom half coming up, Penn State 9, Iowa nothing. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
From the roar of the crowd to Carver cones, can't miss plays and heart-pounding finishes. There's something for everyone at an Iowa athletics event. Don't just hear about it or see the clip on your phone. Be part of it. Change up your routine and get your friends together for an Iowa athletics event. Make it a memorable one by visiting HawkeyeSports.com. Fire up the fight song, cue the victory polka, and experience what it means to be a Hawkeye on Iowa. And go Hawks!
Save time when you shop online with Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to order groceries online through our app or Hy-Vee.com. Pickup is always free. And if you have a Perks Plus membership, you get free delivery and free express pickup. Shop online with Hy-Vee and you can create and save grocery lists, shop the sales, and get fuel savers. Talk about convenience. Order groceries online today. Check out Hy-Vee.com or download the Hy-Vee app.
At the game or at home, Wimmer's premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork, and you get the best tasting hot dog. Wimmer's is the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. All right, we're on to the bottom of the sixth. Penn State 9, Iowa nothing. The Hawkeyes go to the bullpen, and we'll bring in 6'5" left-handed freshman Brolin Frost from Waterford, Wisconsin. Frost coming in for Iowa as the fourth arm of the day. Frost has been pretty good in his 3 appearances so far this season, giving up just 2 hits in 3 innings. No runs, no walks. He struck out 4, so the left-hander will come in. One of the few left-handed arms in the Iowa staff this season. We'll get another good look at Brolin Frost, who was good over the weekend and also good the last time we saw him in the midweek, that is. 1 inning, no hits, no runs, 2 strikeouts, no walks for Frost against St. Thomas. Pitched a real clean inning against the Tommies. So Frost comes in. In the bottom of the sixth, Iowa down 9-0, and unfortunately dangerously close to the run rule territory, which is a 10-run deficit through 7 innings. Brolin will face Avery Smith first, and just missed, maybe up and away a bit. Frost, a tall left-handed freshman, goes out of the windup, and he delivers a strike down the heart of the plate. Jaron Bleeker got the start, only went 3 1/3. 6 runs, 4 hits, 5 walks, 2 strikeouts. He threw 85 pitches, only 44 of them for strikes. As Smith sends his foul down the right field line. Gannon Archer came in out of the bullpen. 1 inning, 3 hits, 3 runs, 1 strikeout. Cole Moore came in to get Iowa out of the 5th. Gave up 1 hit, 1 walk. 1-2 from Frost, fouled back. Another 1-2. Just high. Good looking pitch from Frost. Kept it upstairs a touch. 2 balls and 2 strikes now. Just low on 2-2. Very close from Frost. Out of the zone on back-to-back pitches. One a little bit too high, the other a little bit too low. Here comes the full count pitch to Smith, and it's fouled over to the right. USC in run rule territory against Northwestern. The Trojans up on the Wildcats 12-0 in the 5th there. Another 3-2. Scooped foul, right side once more. Hawkeyes were last out here in 2023. Regional team was here. Won the first game of the weekend 9-6, lost the second game 8-3, and then we waited around for most of the day on Sunday, and then game 3 got canceled. 3-2 pitch from Frost is down the heart of the plate for a strikeout. Smith watched it go by, and Brolin does a nice job to get the first out of the bottom of the 6th inning. One away for Jakonski as Frost on the rubber and ready to roll. He deals a strike. I like Brolin's approach. Pretty fearless for a freshman. Getting on the rubber and dealing the 0-1. That's down and in just a touch. Ball and a strike. Jakonski 1 for 3 today. 2-run home run in the first. Iowa never able to get going after Penn State scored 5 to open the game. Changeup missed from Frost. Pretty much all that Brolin throws. Fastball changeup guy will mix in a slider every once in a while. Fastball upper 80s from Brolin, the 2-1. Drifted it low and in. 3 balls and a strike. He'll take a lap around the mound to gather himself. Count is 3-1. He's fallen behind Jakonski. The pitch. Tapped foul, left side in front of the Iowa dugout. 3-2. 9-0 Penn State, bottom of the 6th. Back tomorrow at 1 o'clock Central Time against the Nittany Lions. 3-2. Here it comes. High chopper, left side. Schulte plays it off to the side. Throws it on the run over to first to get Jakonski. And again, Frost hanging with the challenge and did not give in to Jakonski after falling behind. 3-1. He gets the out. 2 down now for McDonald. McDonald has been one of the few thorns in Iowa's side today. 2 for 2. And he hits one on the ground up the middle. Schulte vacuums this one in, throws it over to first, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Brolin Frost and the Iowa defense. Great job by the freshman Frost. Very nicely done. We'll move on to the 7th. Iowa trailing Penn State 9-0. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment. Knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to Wellmark.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
You're a Hawkeye. You named your dog Kinnick and your cat Herky. Your morning alarm is back in black. Yep, you're a Hawkeye. And now it pays to be a Hawkeye with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice Credit Union. Low fees and great perks. Plus Iowa exclusives like your choice of a Hawkeye-powered Visa debit card, Iowa merchandise, and exclusive giveaways. You've spent more time at Finkbine than you have at your office, so we know you're a Hawkeye. Now make it pay with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice. Learn more at HawkeyeAccount.com.
For all things college baseball, including live games and talk shows, tune into SiriusXM College Sports Radio, channel 84, and streaming on the SiriusXM app. Oak Knoll's mission is to provide exceptional retirement, living, and health services through Life Care, not-for-profit life plan community serving the Iowa City area for 59 years. Oak Knoll is conveniently located near the University of Iowa Healthcare Campus, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and downtown Iowa City. Proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Visit oakknoll.com to learn more. All right, all Penn State this afternoon, 9-0 Nittany Lions. We move on to the top of the 7th inning. Cooper Schulte to lead things off as the Lions have rolled out Colin Fitzgerald for his 7th inning of work. First pitch to Schulte, one hopper to third. Molinaro's got it, one away. Just nothing doing for Iowa today. Fitzgerald at 97 pitches. And they're rolling with him now in the 7th. Matt Delgado in the on-deck circle for Iowa. As Narrett, the batter for the Hawkeyes, takes one low. Righty on lefty matchup. The pitch. Low portion of the zone, called a strike, 1-1. Next pitch to Narrett. That's down and in, backed him off the plate. 2 balls and a strike. Just a handful of base runners for Iowa today. 2 hits and a few walks mixed in. Narrett got a piece and fouled it back. The walks came early from Fitzgerald. He had 3 of them through 3. Hasn't walked anybody since. Two-two to Joey. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. Chase one in the dirt. He'll take off for first. Throw will go down and retire Narrett for the second out of the 7th. And so we'll see Matt Delgado now with 2 outs in the 7th. Righty-on-righty matchup. Delgado into the game, batting for Max Burt. First pitch to Deli is high. Above the letters for a ball. Delgado sends a charge into one to right, but it'll get caught up into the wind, and McDonald there to make the catch for the 3rd out. Iowa goes down in order in the 7th, and we'll move on to the bottom half of the inning. Time to stretch things out. 7th inning stretch. Penn State 9, Iowa nothing. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Get ready, Hawkeye fans. New head coach Ben McCullum and the Iowa men's basketball team are ready to hit the hardwood.
He's working hard into the corner. Koch hits a 3. Oh, talk about catch and shoot.
Carver Hawkeye Arena is heating up. Witness the electrifying plays in person and be a part of the roaring Carver crowd. Take in all the action happening at Carver Hawkeye Arena by visiting HawkeyeSports.com on Iowa, and go Hawks.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, 988 provides the direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org. A message from Iowa HHS.
Bottom of the 7th inning. Game 1 of the series between Iowa and Penn State. All Nittany Lions this afternoon. 9-0. Iowa trailing. And 9-1-2 coming up for Penn State as we're in the bottom of the 7th. Unfortunately, 1 run will win it for the Nittany Lions in the run rule territory. As Yocker will lead things off. 1 for 3 today. In what's been a tough game for the Hawkeyes, a very disappointing game, and probably not what anybody had expected, players and coaching staff. Just a really flat performance. Couldn't muster anything up after giving up 5 runs in the first inning. That's a very tough ask, of course, but just never got the wheels turning today. Which has been a rarity because for the most part Iowa all season has looked about the same every game. This is certainly not one of those cases. Brolin Frost out for another inning of work in the bottom of the 7th, down 9-0. And Yocker will show the bunt and push it foul to the right. One run wins it for Penn State, so Yocker's trying to get on base. We'll have Mercado next, and then Anderson to follow. 0-1. Swing and a miss. Good changeup from Frost. And Brolin, after a clean 1-2-3-6, is in the driver's seat 0-2. He gets a ground ball to short. Schulte's there, and he throws it over on the run for out number 1. So Frost started his outing with a strikeout in the 6th, and then 3 straight groundouts to Schulte. Cooper's been busy all of a sudden. Frost has worked the bottom of the zone very well, and has forced several ground balls now, 3 in a row. Here's Mercado. First pitch, just high. Only left-on-left matchup in this instance. Next pitch, that caught enough of the plate to be called a strike, 1-1. Next pitch, Mercado turned away from it. It was up and in, 2-1. Next pitch from Frost is lined to Caleb Wolf, who leaps up and makes the catch. So Mercado yanked one down the first baseline, and Wolf was there, leaping up and making the grab. 2 outs for Michael Anderson. Bases are empty for him. He's got a couple of hits today. Frost spiked a fastball. Ball and no strikes, the pitch. Low and in. This game continues through the 7th with Penn State leading 9-0. We'll see who the Nittany Lions go to out of the bullpen if they do. 2-0 is hit well to right, though. Strohmeyer going back. He's at the track, and he twists and turns, and he caught it right in front of the wall. That's Brett White. Brett White makes that play in right. He was spinning around, and Brett hauled it in. Great play by Brett White as he spun around and caught it and slid in the track. Another 1-2-3 inning for Brolin Frost as he's dealt his second straight 1-2-3 inning. Nicely done for Frost, and a great play by Brett White to close out the 7th. We'll move on to the 8th. Looks like Penn State's going to roll with Fitzgerald. He's back out there for the 8th inning in a 9-0 ball game. Penn State leads it. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, or just need someone to listen, 988 provides a direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
Hello, Iowa. Here's a promise. Wherever you are in this great state, University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you, even if you never walk through our doors. Educating, caring, leading research, sharing our expertise with all. Because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Top of the 8th inning in State College, Penn State 9, Iowa nothing. And the Hawkeyes will come to the plate with a pinch hitter. Kyle Olivo will get an at-bat here. Olivo, redshirt freshman, two-way player. Typically see him on the mound. He'll get an at-bat in the 8th. He's had 10 at-bats on the season, has Olivo, 3 of 10. Olivo sends right side. Second baseman can't track it down as it gets by a sliding Davis into right. Olivo is on with a leadoff single. And third hit of the game for Iowa. Punched it through the right side. Good effort by Davis to try to get over there. But as he slid into the outfield, the ball had already gotten by him. Here's Gable Mitchell now, top of the order for the Hawks. He's first pitch swinging, sends one up the middle and through into center for a base hit. Olivo around second, aggressive turn headed for third. He'll get there. And Iowa has runners at the corners and nobody out in the 8th. On back-to-back singles. And Fitzgerald staying in the game. They've got a right-hander getting loose in the bullpen. First and third for Iowa, nobody out. And Brett White is the batter. He takes the first pitch in the dirt for a ball. White just made the outstanding play in right. Twisting and turning catch in front of the wall to rob Anderson of extra bases. 1 ball, no strikes on White, the left-handed hitter. Here's the next pitch. That's low, ball 2. This will be pitch 110 for Colin Fitzgerald. Two balls and no strikes. The pitch to White. That's up and away, ball 3. Red light for Brett. 3-0. Ball 4. Missed low. And after back-to-back singles, Brett White draws the 4-pitch walk, and they're loaded up for Caleb Wolf. 9-0 Nittany Lions in the 8th, and now Iowa's starting to get some traffic. And the Nittany Lions will make the pitching change now. At 111 pitches, Colin Fitzgerald comes out of the game in the 8th. We'll make a pitching change break, and we'll let you know who the new Penn State pitcher is after this on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Hawkeye Nation, here's something big. U.S. Cellular is now part of T-Mobile. That means Iowa fans are now on America's largest 5G network, bringing even more strength and coverage to every game day and every day. As the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes, we're proud to power every call, every post, every celebration. U.S. Cellular and T-Mobile. Better together.
We love it when the Hawkeyes do their thing, because if there's anyone who can appreciate building a legacy, it's John Deere. We've been growing our team since 1837, recruiting the best thinkers, doers, and makers to craft innovations that outpace the competition. Because whether it's cultivating the earth with a tractor or reshaping it with a 40-ton excavator, the machines we build are building America. Nothing runs like a Deere.
Penn State leads Iowa 9-0 in the top of the 8th. The Hawkeyes have the bases loaded and nobody out. Penn State goes to the bullpen. We'll let you know who it is after we pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10-second station ID. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. After Colin Fitzgerald gets taken out of the game in the 8th, Penn State goes with redshirt senior right-hander Ben DeMel. Stands at 6'5" from Concord, Ohio. DeMel will be making his 8th appearance of the season. He's thrown 10 innings, has a .630 ERA, 13 hits, 8 runs, walked 5 and struck out 7, given up 5 doubles and a home run. Opponents are batting .302 against him. One of the names that Iowa had really kept track of as being one of Penn State's better bullpen arms. So they're going to him in the 8th inning in a 9-0 ball game. And so DeMel comes into the game. He'll throw a fastball, a slider, and a changeup. Fastball will touch low 90s. Slider upper 80s. Changeup floats up. Slider rather lower 80s. Changeup upper 70s. Very similar delivery to Justin Hackett over the top. Likes to throw the fastball high. And Caleb Wolf will get the first look at him. Bases are loaded for Iowa. And a fastball at the very bottom part of the zone is called a strike. Wolf today 0 for 3. 2 singles and a walk in this inning for the Hawks. But down by 9 in the 8th. Counts 0-1. The pitch. Way high. Got by the catcher all the way to the backstop. And Olivo will come down and score. Iowa on the board on a pitch that sailed to the backstop. 9-1 now. Mitchell and White also able to advance. Ball and a strike on Wolf. The pitch. Caleb hits in the air, left side. Wind should push this out of play. It will. Foul. 1-2. Count is 1-2 on Wolf, trying to drive in a couple more runs. DeMel is ready, and he pitches. And Caleb takes a stab at it and punched it foul over to the left. Do it again at 1-2. Nobody out in the inning for Iowa. The Hawkeyes down by 8. Finally showing some signs of life. I'm afraid it might be too late, though. The 1-2. That's up. Good thing about baseball, there is no clock in baseball. Got to get the outs. Can't drag this game out. Have to put the teams away. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Wolf. Next pitch. Caleb lines into center field for a base hit. Mitchell comes down the line. He'll score. And they'll hold Brett White at third. 9-2 now in the 8th. Hawks have runners at the corners and nobody out. That was a signature single from Caleb Wolf. Strong contact right up the middle. Now we'll see Bryce Phelps, who lined out to second base back in the 6th when he entered the game. He's the DH now for Iowa. First and third, nobody out. And he takes down and away for ball 1. Penn State's lead down to 7. 9-2. 1-0 to Phelps. That's pushed foul over to the right. Ball and a strike. A lot of room in left center for Phelps if he could pull one that direction between Mercado and Jakonski. 1-1. Phelps watched it miss low. 2-1. Nobody out in the inning. Iowa looking for a very crooked number. Have already put 2 across. Still down by 7, though. Just unable to dig out of the major hole that Penn State put on in the first inning. Here's a ground ball right side through into right field. Phelps is on. He brings in White. And Iowa chipping away. It's 9-3. Still nobody out for Kellen Strohmeyer now. Phelps just took an outside pitch and pushed it, punched it, past Davis into right. First and second, nobody out, and Kellen Strohmeyer up. We'll have time called, and the Penn State catcher will go out and talk with DeMel. I already know what people are thinking. Man, if it just wouldn't have gotten off to such a bad start, or would have gotten Fitzgerald out of the game a little sooner, who knows where we could be in this one, but that's just not the reality. The reality is that Penn State came out flying and built up a 9-0 lead. And now in the 8th, Iowa coming to life a bit. Kellen Strohmeyer's up, first and second. Nobody out. First pitch to Strohmeyer. He swings and misses at a pitch high. A little bit indecisive there from Kellen. He ended up being late. He floated that up. Strohmeyer 0 for 2, but he has drawn a walk. No balls and a strike. DeMel ready. The pitch. That's out. Missed with the slider. 1-1. Iowa's had their backs against the wall all afternoon. Now trying to fight out of a deep hole. 1-1. Hit on the ground to second. Spinning stop by Davis. He goes to second for 1. Over to first is not in time. Strohmeyer hustling down the line. Phelps is out at second. Wolf gets to third. That's the first out of the inning. As Strohmeyer reaches. And here comes Cooper Schulte. Iowa down by 6. Still a lot of work to do and running out of outs. 5 to work with. DeMel deals outside and low. Cooper thought about it for a second. Good take. It was a ball. Schulte has one of Iowa's 6 hits today. Iowa racking up the hits in this inning. 4 of them. 4 singles. Schulte popped this one up, though. Into right. Second baseman Davis is there. He makes the catch. 2 down. And so in steps Joey Narrett. Iowa trying to do more damage in the 8th after already scoring 3. The deficit has been just too much for most of the day. There's a strike at the bottom of the zone. Narrett's been pretty quiet today. 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts. He has walked. The 0-1 pitch. Lined foul over to the left. 0-2. Next pitch, Narrett took low and away. Strohmeyer takes second without a throw. Two in scoring position now for Narrett. The 1-2 in the dirt. Two balls and two strikes, two in scoring position. With two outs, the pitch. That's outside, ball 3. Full count. Narrett hanging tough. The pitch from DeMel. Ground ball right side, backhand, stopped by the first baseman. He flips it to the pitcher covering. And that'll do it for the Hawks in the 8th. Narrett drove it into the turf right to Porter. 3 runs for Iowa. Chipping into the deficit, but we'll move on to the bottom of the 8th. Down 9-3. This is Hawkeye baseball from Learfield.
Can you think of anything that costs the same today as it did 10 years ago? There isn't much. That is, unless you're a Mid-American Energy customer. Thanks to all the renewable energy we're generating, our customers pay nearly the same rate for electricity today as they did back when we were all singing, "Call Me Maybe." And with Mid-American making even more investments in clean energy, you can count on enjoying those same affordable rates for the next decade. Now that's obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
You're a Hawkeye. You named your dog Kinnick and your cat Herky. Your morning alarm is back in black. Yep. You're a Hawkeye. And now it pays to be a Hawkeye with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice Credit Union. Low fees and great perks. Plus Iowa exclusives like your choice of a Hawkeye-powered Visa debit card, Iowa merchandise, and exclusive giveaways. You've spent more time at Finkbine than you have at your office, so we know you're a Hawkeye. Now make it pay with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice. Learn more at HawkeyeAccount.com.
Bottom of the 8th inning, Penn State 9, Iowa 3. The Hawkeyes scratched across 3 runs in the top half of the inning. 4 hits for Iowa as the bats came through once Fitzgerald got out of the game, and Penn State turned it over to their bullpen. Iowa able to put some things together. Brolin Frost out for another inning of work. He's set down 6 in a row as he's come out of the bullpen, done a nice job. Frost will face Davis, Molinaro, and Porter unless the Nittany Lions make any changes. Frost, the freshman left-hander, out of the windup, delivers a strike. He hit the low outside corner. Good start for Brolin. Three groundouts, 2 flyouts, and a strikeout for Frost today. And he dropped the changeup low. Ball and a strike on Davis, the pitch. Lined into right. Brett White is there. He makes the catch. 1 away in the Penn State 8th. And here comes Molinaro. Powerful right-handed hitter. Frost is just low and in. Here's one hit up the middle and through into center for a base hit. Rolled one. And punched it through. 1 out single for Molinaro. One out for Porter. And Frost starts him with a strike at the knees at 77. (9-3) Penn State, bottom of the 8th. 0-1 is hit well to the left, but that'll hook foul as Porter got turned around on it. Frost has been very impressive for Iowa out of the bullpen. The rookie doing a great job. Count is 0-2. Brolin in a staring contest with the runner at first. Now he delivers. And here's a line drive into left. That is fair. And into the corner. Molinaro around second, heading for third. He's getting the wave around third now. Throw to the plate is late. RBI double for Porter. Pulled it into the left field corner, and it just did not bounce off the wall in the corner there. It got stuck. Narrett was expecting it to bounce off the wall and just never did. And he saw Joey have to run over then into foul ground and grab it. And that allowed Molinaro to score all the way from first. 10-3 Penn State. Here's Avery Smith bunting. And getting on with a bunt single. Up 10-3 in the 8th. Not the first time we've seen that this year. First and third for Penn State. One away for Jakonski. Jakonski 1 for 4 today, but he's got the home run back in the first inning. Time is called by Coach Heler, and Iowa's going to make a pitching change in the 8th. 10-3 Penn State. New pitcher coming in for Iowa. We'll let you know who it is after this pitching change break. The Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment. Knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to wellmark.com/everymoment to find a plan right for you.
March on over to Riverside Casino and Golf Resort March 26th for an unforgettable performance by country music star Tracy Lawrence. Get ready to hear iconic hits such as Paint Me a Birmingham and Time Marches On, as well as find out who your friends are in Texas Tornado. This is one country music experience you won't want to miss. Secure your tickets now for this must-see concert at riversidecasinoandresort.com or visit our gift shop. We'll see you there.
Pitching change for Iowa comes in the 8th. And the Hawkeyes go to Ty Mickelson. Mickelson, a right-handed redshirt freshman from Grimes. He'll come into the game to make his 5th appearance. 15.43 ERA, 2 1/3 innings pitched, giving up 4 hits, 4 runs, walked 1, struck out 1. Opponents batting .364 against Ty. And he comes into the game runners at first and third and 1 out. 10-3 Penn State, bottom 8. The runners on base are Brolin Frost's responsibility. I would try to late rally. But looking like the Hawkeyes are going to come up short today in that effort. In what has been a really tough and honestly a bit surprising performance to start this series. All right, Mickelson ready to pitch to Jakonski. First and third, one out, 10-3 Penn State in the eighth. Ty is ready. First pitch is bunted right back to Mickelson. He comes home with it, threw it away. Bunted first base side. Mickelson was about 10 feet away, and he threw it overhand to Delgado, low and wide of home plate. Maybe a better option would have been to just flip it to him. He was close enough. And so Porter comes down the line to score. It's 11-3. Let's just get all the bad stuff out of the way today. Here's McDonald. First pitch from Mickelson is inside for a ball. First and second for the Nittany Lions. The winning run is at first. Mickelson's 1-0. Breaking ball dropped in for a strike. Bottom of the zone, 1-1. Jackson Frost is in the game at third for Iowa, as the 1-1 is fouled back into the netting. Tie in the driver's seat here, 1-2. Mickelson set from the belt, pitches. Strike three right down the middle. It froze McDonald, and Mickelson picks up the second out of the eighth with the strikeout. And here comes Preston Yocker. 11-3 Nittany Lions, bottom of the eighth. First and second, 2 outs now. Mickelson's pitch is waved at and missed. Chased one in the dirt. Delgado able to knock it down, so no advancement by the runners. Mickelson building some confidence here, 0-1. Pitch from Ty. Swing and a miss, threw it again, 0-2. Mickelson climbs back on the rubber, operating from the third base side of it. He's ready with the 0-2. And Yocker scooped under it and fouled it back. No balls and 2 strikes. Count remains. Yocker's 1 for 4 today. Mickelson comes set. The Hawkeye pitcher is ready. He brings it home. Outside, missed with the fastball. 1-2. Count is 1-2 on Yocker. Mickelson's pitch is fouled back. He stays alive. Good battle between Mickelson and Yocker. The 1-2. Hit in the air to left. And Narrett is there. He makes the catch for the third out. Penn State adds a couple more, and they take an 8-run lead to the ninth inning. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Whether they roll the dough or pour the joe, bake the bread or greet instead, your team goes the extra mile, and they deserve healthy eyes and a healthy smile. For plans that cover businesses of all sizes, Delta Dental customizes. With employer costs as low as $0, you can offer benefits and be a hero. Affordable coverage is a click away. Visit deltadentalia.com today.
Hey everyone, David Kahn here. It's time to play ball. The 2026 season is upon us, and the best way to get in the game is by listening to College Sports Now's official baseball podcast, Dugouts, Dumbbells, and Dingers. Each week, we'll have exclusive interviews with players and coaches that take you inside the locker room as we unpack the top stories of teams all across the country. We're delivering our best fastball, so step into the batter's box and tee us up. Available wherever you podcast on the College Sports Now feed or on YouTube. Just search Dugouts, Dumbbells, and Dingers.
Top of the ninth inning, and Iowa's down 11-3. Last chance for the Hawks. 8-run mountain to climb. Pretty tough ask. As Matt Delgado will lead off the inning. And Ben DeMel will continue to pitch for Penn State. Colin Fitzgerald got the start for the Nittany Lions. Went 7 innings, gave up 4 hits, 3 runs. Had 4 walks, 7 strikeouts. He threw 111 pitches. You could tell they really didn't want to take him out of the game. But Iowa got to him in the 8th, enough where they made the change. They had a big enough lead where they felt comfortable going to the bullpen, did Penn State. And so DeMel came in and ran into some trouble, but the runs were credited to Fitzgerald, who left with the bases loaded. Here's Delgado to lead off the inning, and there's strike one. Iowa got the start from Jaron Bleeker, who only lasted 3 1/3. First real blip on the radar of Bleeker's season. 4 hits, 6 runs, 5 walks. 0-1, Delgado thought about it. It kicked up dirt low, 1-1. So Fitzgerald had one of the best games of his season, and Bleeker had his worst. You combine those two, and tough to come up with a winning formula. Delgado hits one in the air to right. McDonald's there. He's got it. 1 away. Be back here tomorrow, 1 o'clock Central Time. Logan Rundy starting for the Hawkeyes. See if Iowa can get back on track. Throw a few more strikes tomorrow and get back to the offensive approach that has worked for so many years for Coach Heler and Coach Sutherland. Here's Jackson Frost taking outside for a ball. First at bat of the day for Jackson. And the 1-0. Letter high, ball 2. Penn State's bullpen, in terms of arms available, going to be pretty good. Only used DeMel today. 2-0 to Frost. That's below the zone. Ball 3. Iowa used Gannon Archer, Cole Moore, Brolin Frost, and Ty Mickelson. 3 balls and no strikes on Frost. The pitch. Jackson takes that one, and it's in for strike 1. Frost hit in the air foul over to the right. Full count now. Three-two. That's up, ball four. One out walk of Jackson Frost. And we'll see Gable Mitchell up now, the top of the Hawkeye order. Iowa was held in check the first 7 innings today because of Colin Fitzgerald. Gable takes down and away for a ball. Some scores from around the league. USC run-ruled Northwestern 15-1 in Evanston. The Trojans are 18-0. Rutgers up 7-4 on Michigan State. 1-0 pitch. Gable takes the very bottom of the zone, 1-1. Purdue and Maryland in the second inning, 1-1 between the Boilers and the Terps. Here in State College, it's 11-3 Penn State in the ninth. 1-1. Gable takes outside, 2 balls and a strike. Frost, the runner at first. The 2-1 to Gable. Swing and a miss. Went after a pitch typically below Gable's zone. Couldn't get a piece of it. It's 2-2 now. DeMel is ready. The pitch. Gable scooped foul out of play over to the left. Next pitch. That's low and in. Backhand stop. Gable was hit by the pitch. It caught him in the shoelaces. And Mitchell will take his base. Couple runners on now for Iowa. 1 out for Brett White. Two spot has been very active for Iowa today between Risley and White. As Brett White cranks one deep to center, Mercado running back. He looks up, and it's over his head and off the wall. 1 run is in. They're going to send Mitchell around. Here come 2 Hawkeyes to score as Brett White delivers a 2 RBI double off the center field wall and cuts into the Penn State lead 11-5. He destroyed that to deep center. Frost scores, and Mitchell scores all the way from first. 5th and 6th RBIs of the season for Brett White. 11-5, Iowa down 6 with 1 away in the 9th. Here's Caleb Wolf. He swings at the first pitch, blooped it into left field for a base hit. They'll hold White at third. 1 out single from Caleb Wolf. And we'll get to see Bryce Phelps now. Phelps singled in a run back in the 8th. First and third for Iowa, 1 away. Phelps takes. That's a strike. Iowa hitting DeMel around a bit. But again, just a little bit late. 0-1. In on the hands, and Phelps fouled it back. Bryce in some trouble here, 0-2. The pitch. Hit down the right field line. Wind is going to keep it in play, but it'll go foul. Away from McDonald and right. Phelps hanging tough. Kellen Strohmeyer is on deck. Got to keep things going if Phelps can get on. Still down 0-2. Here's the pitch. Line drive into center, base hit. Here comes White. He scores from third. RBI single from Bryce Phelps. It's 11-6. Time called by Penn State. They've got a right-hander throwing in the bullpen. And so Iowa doing some damage late. At least Penn State's getting somebody up and throwing. Not throwing from the mound yet. He's throwing from behind the mound, so he's just getting loose. Nothing too structured out there in the bullpen for Penn State, but at least they've got somebody up. Can appreciate the fight from Iowa late in this game. It'll be hard not to think about, if Iowa's offense had gotten going sooner. But again, that's a tricky path to travel down. Long mound visit. Home plate umpire is out there to listen in. Hasn't broken it up yet. He has the authority to do so, but he's not doing it yet. Now it gets broken up, and we'll be ready for play shortly. 11-6, Iowa down 5 in the ninth. Nine hits for the Hawkeyes. See what they can continue to do in the ninth. Here's Kellen Strohmeyer. He takes down and away, ball one. First and second for Iowa and one away. Strohmeyer's hitless today, the 1-0. Check swing, he did not go. Ball was outside, 2-0. Hitters count for Strohmeyer. DeMel trying to find the strike zone. 2-0. There it is. Strike at the bottom of the zone. Good take there from Kellen, 2-1. DeMel's 2-1 to Strohmeyer. Kellen swings over the top of it, 2-2. One out in the inning. 2-2 to Strohmeyer. Here it comes. Hit in the air, foul. Out of play to the left. Good hang from Kellen. Got to protect with 2 strikes. A lot of room on the left side of the infield with the shift over to the right against Strohmeyer, the 2-2. He watched it kick up dirt to the left. Full count. Full count to Strohmeyer. Here's the pitch. Line drive caught by the second baseman. Snow cone catch by Davis. Strohmeyer cranked it at him. Couldn't clear him. Heads up base running by Wolf and Phelps. They were frozen on the line drive. And they got back to their respective bags in time. 2 outs now for Cooper Schulte. Last chance for the Hawks, down by 5 in the ninth. Pitch to Schulte. High strike call. Plenty to learn from this game for the Hawkeyes. I'm guessing it will be addressed on the bus and as we get ready for tomorrow's game. 0-1 to Schulte. Low and away. Called a strike. Oh, my. 0-2 now on Coop. Iowa down to its final strike. DeMel set from the belt pitches. And Schulte skies to center. Mercado's got room for this one as he comes forward, collides with his right fielder, and makes a spinning catch in front of McDonald. And that will do it. Penn State wins the opener 11-6 over the Hawkeyes today. We'll take a break, and we'll be back with post-game coverage after this on the Hawkeye Radio Network from Learfield.
Hey fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
You're a Hawkeye. You named your dog Kinnick and your cat Herky. Your morning alarm is back in black. Yep, you're a Hawkeye. And now it pays to be a Hawkeye with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice Credit Union. Low fees and great perks. Plus Iowa exclusives like your choice of a Hawkeye-powered Visa debit card, Iowa merchandise, and exclusive giveaways. You've spent more time at Finkbine than you have at your office, so we know you're a Hawkeye. Now make it pay with a Hawkeye account from Community Choice. Learn more at HawkeyeAccount.com.
Iowa falls to 11-6 on the season, 0-1 in Big Ten play after losing the opener 11-6 to Penn State today. It was all about the Nittany Lions' early strike on the Hawkeyes and then good pitching from Colin Fitzgerald, the starter for the Nittany Lions today. That was the story in this one as we go over some of the statistics. Penn State with 11 runs, 11 hits, no errors. They left 10 on. Iowa had 6 runs, 9 hits, committed 2 errors, and left 9 on this afternoon. As we look at the Iowa side first, Jaron Bleeker got the start. He went 3 1/3, gave up 4 hits, 6 runs, walked 5, struck out 2. The first pitcher out of the bullpen was Gannon Archer. Arch came in through an inning, gave up 3 hits, 3 runs, no walks, and a strikeout. Then Cole Moore followed with 2/3 of an innings pitched. And Cole Moore gave up 1 hit, no runs, 1 walk, no strikeouts. Brolin Frost came in, did a good job. 2 1/3, 3 hits, 2 runs, no walks, and a strikeout for Frost. And then Ty Mickelson was the final pitcher, 2/3 of an inning, no hits, no runs, no walks. He did have a strikeout. Iowa offensively mustered up 9 hits. A lot of them came very late. And a couple of multi-hit performances. Caleb Wolf with 2. Bryce Phelps with 2. Gable Mitchell, Miles Risley, Brett White, Cooper Schulte, and Kyle Olivo each had 1 hit today for Iowa. Penn State on their side of things, they got the win from Colin Fitzgerald, their starter. 7 innings from the starter Fitzgerald, 4 hits, 3 runs, 4 walks, and 7 strikeouts. DeMel came in to finish it out, although ran into some trouble. 2 innings, 5 hits, 3 runs, 1 walk, and no strikeouts. Penn State wins it today 11-6. We'll take our final break of postgame. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You asked for all the extreme internet performance at an all-in price, and we listened. Get 1 gig internet with a 2-year price lock and everything included. Unlimited data for non-stop streaming, powerful Wi-Fi for enhanced coverage, built-in online threat protection, and internet equipment. All for just $65 a month for 2 years. It's the extreme 1 gig internet deal you asked for. Call 844-4FASTER or visit extreme.com for details. Offer available to new customers only. Price doesn't include one-time charges, tax, and government fees.
Hey fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Penn State wins the series opener today 11-6, taking down Iowa and dropping the Hawkeyes to 11-6 overall, 0-1 in the Big Ten. Penn State 5-11 overall as they win the opener. We'll be back here tomorrow, 1 o'clock first pitch. 12:30 pregame coverage begins on the Hawkeye Radio Network as Logan Rundy gets the start for the Black and Gold. All right, that'll do it for our coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball today. Penn State wins it at Medler Field at Lebrano Park, 11-6. For my great board op down the line, Danielle. Excellent job, Danielle. Pleasure working with you. I'm John Leo, the voice of Iowa baseball, saying so long and have a great rest of your evening. Every day's a great day to be a Hawkeye, but some are just a little bit better than others. So long, everybody.
Iowa Hawkeye Baseball has been brought to you by Iowa Corn. You might think Iowa just grows corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. Brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com/VIP for details. Mid-American Energy. Mid-American Energy is proud to deliver affordable, reliable energy to you all season long. U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular, built for us. Also brought to you by Wellmark, here for every member, every moment. Learn more at wellmark.com. U.S. Bank, proud to sponsor the Iowa Hawkeyes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.